one?
Not a new email, no.
Okay. I will get it out there. Just getting things.
I think it was sent yesterday, afternoon. Cause I got an email showing for tomorrow.
I didn't see it. I was in the office this morning early.
Yeah, while we're here, can I step your restroom right quick?
Sure. As long as you leave Mr. Dakin here.
Mr. Dakin's here. Thank you, Ron.
Excellent. Ms. Niles sent at 2:30 yesterday to all of you the link for today. 2:29 p.m. Check your inbox.
Yeah, I see it now.
Where? Yeah, I just got it. Thanks.
All right, let's get on the record. We are back. It's 24 CV 007507. Mr. Hamade is here. Good morning, sir. Mr. Rabai is here. Good morning. We've got all our lawyers. One stepped outside, but we can press on. Mr. Fuller, everything going as well as can be going on the outside world?
Best as it can be.
Okay.
I was in the hospital till 12 o'clock last night. So.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you pressing on with this. Keep us posted, please.
We did work out our exhibit too.
Well, that's next question, and I'll ask Mr. Dakin on behalf of plaintiff counsel. Were you directed towards where in a discovery production from the defendants you received the spreadsheet about which we heard a great deal from Mr. Rabai's testimony, in which features as Exhibit 8 on the defense list? Okay.
I want to apologize to the court and to Mr. Fuller.
Okay, more to him than me. I mean, you didn't say I did anything. You accused him of hiding it. I mean, and you didn't. Discovery is voluminous in a case like this, and it may have been sitting there, and I understand it wasn't bait stamped because it wasn't a bait stampable kind of thing. It was a spreadsheet, but you've got it, and that means people can continue to ask Mr. Rabai about it. He can talk about it, and maybe someday it'll even be up on the screen. We'll see. Mr. Dakin, what did you learn about Ms. Dyke's availability?
Supposed to be here this morning, Your Honor. She hasn't arrived yet.
Okay, well, she's not late because we've got Mr. Rabai on the stand.
I'm hoping that she'll be here before that testimony.
Okay, good. Anything else from plaintiff's side before we get started?
No, sir, nothing I'm aware of.
All right, Mr. Fuller, anything from the defense side?
No, sir.
All right, any reason we can't bring the jurors in?
One moment. I need to apologize to Mr. Fuller and my court.
Well, no, let's do two. Mr. Fuller is basking in it. Mr. Dakin already said,
Double apology.
our bad, but it's the professional thing to do. And I don't think you said anything in front of the jury that would cause the jury to think, wait, someone was playing hide the ball. I think you masked it with, you didn't have a poker face, but you didn't say things in front of the jury that I think I need to clear up in any way. More importantly, we don't have any mistrial issues because it's something that plaintiff does have and did have, and I think we can press on with that. Good. You're welcome. And Mr. Dakin told me that Ms. Dyke is supposed to be here this morning. Fingers crossed. All right, then, Mr. Rabai, if you would come back up here, so you are in the witness position. Once you're there, then we'll bring the jurors in. Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You could get them. It was pointed out that at one point, and I think it was my comments to the jury, I referred to Deputy Gordon by the name of a deputy I had many years ago, and it's not supposed to happen.
It will never stop.
Yeah, it's beginning to start, and now it will never stop. But I got several alerts like, did you just call him? Like, no, I didn't call him. The problem was my old script had the name of, but it was my bad.
It's like when I got my first gram, I thought, now it starts.
DeVoe, you doing okay? Good. Thanks for coming by.
Jury.
Rogers, the president accounted for.
Everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you. Thanks for being here on time. We are ready to go. Hopefully you all had a quiet evening, unless you're a Spurs fan, in which case it was a long and stressful evening down to the very, very end. But better to be a Spurs fan here than on the streets of New York City after the game. That got kind of ugly. I guess jurors up there will get to have interesting trials in about 6 months as the Knicks fans are brought. I assume they'll prosecute Knicks fans in New York City. I don't know. They may need to have a change of venue. But I very much appreciate you getting down here and being on time. Every once in a while on the first morning after jury selection, we're waiting and waiting because a juror forgot or didn't calculate Atlanta's wonderful traffic correctly. But you are all here. I will remind you where we left off. Mr. Rabai, the defendant and counterclaimant in the case, is on the stand. He remains under oath, and we are in the midst of the cross-examination. So questions from plaintiff's counsel, whatever they want to cover with Mr. Rabai, they were working their way through their exhibit list. And we did find the spreadsheet. You may recall there were some questions about, wait, spreadsheet here, there. The spreadsheet has been found and it may make an appearance during the course of the trial, but it is out there. So I will ask you, Mr. Chambers, to come back to the podium, bring your water with you so you don't get stuck, not able to make the journey.
That was all. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Can you argue your Zoom? And I know, like yesterday, I could see where it popped up, and since you're televising YouTube and everything, it still hasn't come on yet.
What hasn't come on for you?
Well, it just says post to join, we'll let them know you're here.
Oh, you're stuck in the waiting room. Yeah, now you're in.
I don't know if it's on your side, what's going on?
I just didn't, because I was talking with the jury. I hadn't seen that someone was in the waiting room. You're no longer in the waiting room.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're also physically present in the courtroom. The record should be clear that you weren't kept from anything, but your computer is now into the Zoom session. When you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rabai, yesterday we left off looking at plaintiff's exhibit 29. You still have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And that is a security deed that was executed in connection with the loan involving 125 and 150 Brooks property, as well as other properties not owned by Meal and I or not under the Meal and I umbrella. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe that loan was identified as plaintiff's exhibit 28. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
$1.1 million. Okay. Now, go to plaintiff's exhibit 29, and that is the deed to secure debt on that loan, correct?
Yes.
And below, the security deed specifies that this security deed is given to secure A, payment of the indebtedness, B, performance of any and all obligations under the note in the original amount of $1.1 million. Is that correct?
Where do you see that? Just so, because the writing is so small. On what paragraph?
It's microscopic.
The result not being so near side.
Oh, okay. The bottom to the last paragraph.
I don't show when you entered this.
He hasn't.
Your Honor, we would tender plaintiff's exhibit 29.
Right. We had a hiccup at the end of the day yesterday as to, wait, what was 29 actually? I think it's been sufficiently identified now. Any objection to 29's admitted?
Did I read that paragraph correct?
Yes,
Okay. So under the terms of the security, and just above there, 125 and 150 Brooks property are listed, is that correct?
yeah, two of the three properties, correct.
Okay. Under the terms of the security deed, in May of 2023, the 125 Brooks property was given as security to cover the full amount of the $1.1 million loan, correct?
I don't think that is the case.
That's what the document states, isn't it?
I think the loan was set up to where it's individualized.
That is the security deed in connection with the loan, correct?
Yes,
And it says that 125 Brooks Drive secures a note of $1.1 million.
is it in writing on here that says secures $1.1 million?
Says real property or its address is commonly known as 125 Brooks Drive, 150 Brooks Drive, and then 308 Morgan's Turn, which is property under the Rabai Investments, right?
Correct.
In this case, the security deed, including the assignment of rents and the security interest in the rents and personal property, is given to secure payment of the indebtedness and the performance of any and all obligations under the note in the original principal amount of $1.1 million. So each of those properties was given to secure the full amount of the note.
So the note for 1.1 million has 7 total properties, correct?
So you don't get to ask him questions. If you are not clear with what's going on, you just need to say, I don't know, or I don't remember. But the questions will come from Mr. Chambers, and if you are able to answer, okay. If you're not, he needs a different witness, or he needs to get you a different document.
The security deed indicates that those properties, 3 properties, 2 of which were Brook Drive's Milanaya properties, secure a note in the full amount of $1.1 million, correct?
No.
The note does not say that. I'm sorry, the security deed does not say that, even though I just read the terms of it.
The security deed is not complete compared to the terms.
Terms of, you're looking at a different, which document are you looking at?
28. If you look at the back, it's got 7 different properties.
This was a security deed given in connection with that one.
But that only has 3 properties on there.
But it's the security deed given in connection with that loan.
I can't answer that.
If you look at Exhibit A, it actually lists all the properties, correct?
Yes, on the back page. I think we're missing one, but hold on. There it is on the back page.
Each of those properties was given as security for the $1.1 million loan.
Yes, each of the 7 properties.
And that is your notarized signature up there.
Yes, sir.
So I'm confused. Are you suggesting, Mr. Chambers, that only the Brooks Drive properties secured the loan, or all 7,
All
but some of the 7 happen to be Milanaya properties?
Correct, Your Honor, but there was not a distinction between what properties secured what portion of the loan under the security deed. Each property secured the full amount of the loan. So each property stood as security for $1.1 million indebtedness.
Okay.
Since the date of that refinancing, that was March 2022, Have you refinanced 125 and 150 Brooks Drive yet again?
No, sir.
Let me get you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit 30. Can you identify that document?
Yes, sir.
That's a security deed given in connection with a May 2023 refinancing on 125 Brooks Drive, correct?
For a refinancing loan?
Yes.
I don't believe so. No, sir. We never got a different loan from it.
This is dated May 19th, 2023. The real property or its address is commonly known as 125 Brooks Drive, Tyrone, Georgia. The security deed, including the assignment of rents and security interest in the rents, the personal property is given to secure A, payment of indebtedness, and B, performance any and all obligations under the note in the original principal amount of $1.6 million. Did I read that correct?
This is not a refinance. This is for a loan that we got for PETA, but it did not refinance the property. This is not a refinance.
A loan you got for Peter.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with the property. I think they just secured the debt, but it did not refinance.
You used Mila property to secure a loan obtained by one of your PETA LLCs. Is that what you're telling the jury?
I'm telling you that we didn't refinance this property.
Well, okay, call it what you want.
Yeah.
That was given as security on something to deal with PETA?
Yes, because this has nothing to do with the refinance.
This is what number, 30?
Right. So if you look at Exhibit A, the only property listed is 125 Brooks Drive, right?
Yes.
So you took out a note in May of 2022 for $1.1 million and used 125 Brooks Drive and 150 Brooks Drive to secure that note, correct?
Part of the note, yes.
That was the last exhibit.
Yep.
Now, this exhibit shows that 125 Brooks Drive secured another note of $1.6 million. Is that what you're telling this jury?
But it did not refinance.
Okay, is 125 Brooks Drive given as security for a $1.6 million note according to the security deed bearing your signature?
I don't recall,
But you have the document in front of you.
but it's not a refinance.
But
Okay.
we're not calling it a refinance anymore. That may have been a mistaken label, so don't worry about refinance. Does Exhibit 30 show that 125 Brooks Drive was security for a $1.6 million loan?
Yes.
Not a refinance?
Yes.
Okay.
And you're telling the jury that was a loan, that $1.6 million loan that went to PETA.
I believe so. Yeah, it was SBA loan.
Let me get you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit 31.
Oh, we're gonna tender 30.
Yes, Your Honor, tender plaintiff's exhibit 30.
Any objection to 30?
Okay.
It's admitted.
Let me get you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit 31. And that's a security deed executed May 2023 in connection with a loan and security interest in the 150 Brooks Drive property, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, we tender plaintiff's exhibit 31.
Okay.
Admitted.
And that again, just like 125, the only property listed on that is 150 Brooks Drive, correct?
Correct.
And that again is given to secure a note in the original amount of $1.6 million, correct?
Yes.
And the only property listed on that is 150 Brooks Drive.
Yes.
If that was given as security on a note from PETA, what happened to the $1.6 million in connection with these properties?
So the SBA secured everything that I own in terms of real estate.
Everything you own. Is that your testimony?
Everything that was under 125, 150, all the rental properties.
Okay, which included properties that didn't have anything to do with Mila and I, correct?
Correct.
And if we go back to the plaintiff's exhibit 29 for $1.1 million, plaintiff's exhibit 31, plaintiff's exhibit 30 for $1.6 million, there's a $500,000 difference there, correct?
Correct.
What happened to that $500,000?
So the original refinance that happened in 22 was for the properties. For all 7 properties.
Including properties that had nothing to do with
It
Mila
was
and
for
I.
the 7 properties on the term sheet, correct?
That increased the debt on Mila and I properties. Correct?
I don't think so, no.
How not?
Because we converted the amount owed to a different loan. There was no cash out refinance on it.
So are you saying there was a $1.1 million loan just on the Milanaya 125 and 150 Brooks property prior to March 25 of 2022?
No, sir.
Then how did that not increase the amount of the debt on those properties?
Because if you look at the closing statements show that came from the bank that we refinanced with each individual's property debt on that loan.
But the security deed secured the entire.
I don't know about the security deed.
Well, it's been introduced into evidence. Let me go to plaintiff's exhibit 32. And that is a limited warranty deed dated January 12, 2023, where the 180 Winfair Drive property was transferred from Milanaya Investments LLC to Rabai Investments LLC. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, we tender plaintiff's exhibit 32.
No objection.
Admitted.
And that's your signature on behalf of Milanaya
Yes, sir.
on that document. This is another document that identifies you as a sole member of Milanaya Investments, correct?
Correct.
And that was not true. Was it?
No, sir.
The PT 61, which is attached to that exhibit, tax declaration form, shows that nothing was paid for that property, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss transfer of that property to Rabai Investments LLC with Mr. Hamade?
No.
Let me get you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit 33. And that is a Southern First term sheet dated December 19th, 2022 on properties including 180 Winfair. Is that correct?
Correct.
What's a term sheet? What do you understand a term sheet
So
to
term
be?
sheet is it's to finalize the loan parameters before we close.
Okay.
So this is what the loan's gonna.
It sets out the specifics, and so Southern First, a bank,
Yes. And it
it's the
shows,
terms of the loan that is secured in part by 180 Windfair Drive.
yes, sir.
Now, that was a loan, was that in connection with refinancing the loan on 180 Windfair property?
Yes, it was in connection with 4 total properties. One of them was 180 Windfair.
And 180 Windfair was a Milanaya property.
Correct,
The other properties were not Milanaya properties.
correct.
And who or what entity owned those other properties other than the Milanaya property?
The remaining 3,
Correct.
they were in my personal name.
When did you first determine to refinance the loan on the 180 Windfair property in combination with properties not having anything to do with Milanaya?
In terms of when, I don't recall, but in terms of the reasons, because we reduced our interest rate.
Okay. But did it serve to increase the amount of the debt on 180 Windfair properties?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Let me, Your Honor, if I didn't tender plaintiff's exhibit 33, I would like to do so.
No objection.
It's admitted.
I get you to take a look at the document marked plaintiff's exhibit 34,
Okay?
and that's a settlement statement for refinancing on the 180 Windfair property, correct?
Part of 3 properties, yes.
Okay. It involved refinancing not only the Nehemiah 180 Windfair property, but also properties located at 140 and 150 Medford Drive and 105 Walker Avenue, correct?
140, 180, and 105.
180 Medford Drive? or
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry, it's my typo. Milanaya had nothing to do with the Medford Drive property or the Walker Avenue property, correct?
Correct.
Those properties were owned by Rabai Investments LLC, correct?
No, they were owned by New Rabai.
Which is you?
Yes.
Okay.
Myself, sorry.
If I may, look at that drawing. Up at the top, it says, name and address of borrower, list Rabbi Investments LLC, is that correct?
That is correct.
So you were borrowing money through Rabbi Investments on property which you own personally.
We refinanced them, just like we did all the other properties.
If you turn to the last page of that exhibit, that's your signature acknowledging receipt of the settlement statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the settlement statement shows that at closing, there was $16,739.63 paid to the borrower. Is that correct?
What line item, just so I could see it? Oh, net settlement?
First page.
Oh, on the first page, I was looking at the second page.
16,739.63. Is that what that shows?
Yes,
Did Mila and I receive any of that cash?
I don't recall.
Did Mr. Hamade receive any of that cash?
No.
Let me get you to, Your Honor, if I didn't do it, let me tender plaintiff's exhibit 34.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Let me get you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit 35.
I don't have that.
I think when you carried up a stack, it only went through 34 and we thought, okay, there's more.
New stack, Your Honor. And these are plaintiff's exhibit number 35 through 43. So to begin anew, taking a look at plaintiff's exhibit 35, that's a security deed that was executed in connection with the refinancing shown in the settlement statement that was identified as plaintiff's exhibit 34. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And looking at the second page of plaintiff's exhibit 35, it identifies the properties securing the indebtedness and includes the 180 Windfair property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then that's combined with properties that have nothing to do with Neil and I. It further identifies the debt being secured as $850,000, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, we tender plaintiff's exhibit 35.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And looking at the definitions on page 9 of the exhibit, there's some definitions there. This is the one that defines indebtedness as all principal, interest, and other amounts, costs, and expenses payable under the note, correct?
Correct.
And note is defined as the promissory note in the original amount, principal amount of $850,000, correct?
Correct.
So under the terms of the security deed, each of the properties, including 180 Windfair, was given a security to cover the full amount of the $850,000 indebtedness, correct?
I believe that's not true because on the first page, it's labeled as 33% of the loan for 180 Windfair.
But under the terms of the security deed, it refers to all the properties as being security for all of the debt.
Well, the first document does say security deed and it gives us a percentage for each one.
But the security deed itself doesn't say that.
It says security deed on the first page and it gives us a percentage of 33%. All the 4 properties.
This is a cover page to the security deed, but the security deed, again, states the real property or address is commonly known as 105 Walker Avenue, 140 Medford Drive, 180 Medford Drive, 180 Windfair Drive. This security deed, including the assignment of rents and security interest in the rents and personal property, is given to secure A, payment of the indebtedness, and B, performance of any and all obligations under the note of the original principal amount of $850,000, which has a maturity date of January 26, 2023. I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And let each of these deeds on the second page, there's a due on sale clause.
Okay.
And that provides that if you transfer the property in any way, transfer title, the lender may call the full amount of the note due. Is that correct?
Structurally going to whether. By security without lenders. Can you clarify where I didn't see the full amount due under due on sale? What line item did it say?
Due on sale, consent by lender. Lender may, at lender's option, declare immediately due and payable all sums secured by the security deed upon the sale or transfer of that lender's prior written consent of any of all or any part of the property or any interest in the property. Or sale or transfer means the conveyance of property of any right, title, or interest in the property, whether legal, beneficial, or equitable, whether voluntary or involuntary, whether by outright sale, deed, installment sale contract, land contract, contract for deed, leasehold interest for the term greater than 3 years, lease option contract, or by sale, assignment, or transfer of any beneficial interest in or to any land trust holding title to the property. And it goes on from there.
And what was your question again?
That it provides that the full amount of the loan would become due on transfer of the property in any way without the lender's prior consent.
May, right? Lender may.
That's correct. It's entirely up to the lender.
Yeah, entirely up to the lender.
Your Honor, if I didn't do it, let me tender plaintiff's exhibit 35.
You did.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is the property located, what we call the warehouse property, 22A Fairburn Industrial Boulevard? What is that currently being used for?
It's being used for headquarters for PETA and distribution for PETA.
When you say PETA, tell all of us what you mean by that.
So PETA is a franchise concept that I started many years ago, and we utilized that warehouse to do distribution for all the locations and our front office to do all front office paperwork.
And if I were to go to a PETA location, what would I find there?
Mediterranean street food.
And what would the name of the place be?
PETA, Mediterranean street food.
Got it.
Yep.
How many PETA Mediterranean street food franchises are there?
Currently 54.
All in Georgia?
In the Southeast, Alabama, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida.
And is 222A Fairburn Road the main headquarters warehouse, or you've got warehouses around the Southeast?
It's the main one, Your Honor. It's the only one.
Only one?
Only one.
It's the main one and the minor one?
Yep.
Your Honor, you sort of anticipated my list. It's currently being used by PETA Distribution, PETA Financing, and PETA Group, correct?
PETA franchising.
Right, PETA Franchising and PETA Group.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And all of those entities are all entities in which you're involved as a sole member LLC.
Yes.
Now, over the years, you've used that building as a location for quite a few of your businesses. I want to go through a list and ask you if these businesses, whether currently existing or existing prior, use that premises. PETA by the Beirut Inn LLC.
It was a brick and mortar store, so it did not use that as just I think it's the mailing address only, but that's actually a brick and mortar.
Principal office and place of business is listed with the Georgia Secretary of State.
Perfect. Yes.
PETA Distribution,
Yes.
PETA Financing.
PETA franchising, not financing.
Okay, PETA Franchising.
Yes.
Okay, PETA Group LLC,
Yes.
PETA Foods Swanee LLC.
Mailing address, but that was actually a brick and mortar store.
Okay, its principal office and place of business is listed with the Georgia
Sure.
Secretary of State.
Yep.
Rabai Investment Holdings -1 LLC.
Yes.
Rabai Investment Holdings -3 LLC.
Yes.
Rabai Investment Holdings -4 LLC.
Yes.
Rabai Investment Holdings -5 LLC.
Yes.
Rabai Investment Holdings -6 LLC.
Yes.
Rabai Investment Holdings -7 LLC.
Yes.
Rabai Investment Holdings -8 LLC.
Yes.
Rabai Investment Holdings -2 LLC.
Yes.
Rain R Enterprises LLC.
Yes.
Right?
What are all those ones with the numbers?
This was my my attorney created the different entities, so in case if any issues that might happen in a single property, we don't get sued across the board due to like a slip and fall from a tenant.
So properties, what would be in number 7? A
If,
franchise, a property?
no, Your Honor, just real estate only.
Okay.
Rental properties.
Got it.
And I can, if you want me to get the,
I just wanted to know, so each of those numbered would have some pieces of real estate in it.
only real estate, Your Honor.
Got it, which would then limit the liability to whatever's in that LLC.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. None of those entities pay rent for the use of that premises, at least up until May of last year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that non-payment of rent goes back to January of 2022. Is that correct?
Non-payment of rent for those entities?
For any of the entities that you owned and used the 222 warehouse to house.
Yes, since the refinance, correct.
Now, previous to your transfer of that warehouse property from Milanaya to Rabai Investments, you were paying rent for the use of the property, correct?
Yes,
And that went from 2018 through 2021?
we'd have to look at the spreadsheets, but yes.
Rent was paid during the 2020 and 2021 calendar years, wasn't it?
We'd look at the spreadsheets, we can find out.
The monthly rent was $10,500 a month.
No, sir, it was $9,500 a month.
Then why were checks written to Milanaya for $10,500 as rent?
So it looks like we have overpaid because Ali and I had an agreement at
That
$9,500.
agreement was for $10,500, wasn't it?
No, sir, you can actually pull the document and see it's $9,500.
That is the figure you came up with subsequently after your deposition. Is that correct?
Incorrect, we came up with it.
I believe Mr. Hamade testified yesterday, he agreed to $10,500.
I don't recall he did testify to 10,500, but we have documentation showing $9,500 that he created with his handwriting.
Okay. Since the transfer of that property from Milanaya Investments LLC to Rabai Investments LLC, has the property been transferred to another entity?
No,
Let me get you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 36. And that is a limited warranty deed from Rabai Investments LLC to Rabai Investment Holdings-1 LLC, dated October 2nd, 2023. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Your Honor, we would tender Plaintiff's Exhibit 36.
No objection.
Admitted.
That's your signature appearing on the page 2 of the document, correct?
Yes,
So after the transfer of the Milanaya property to Rabai Investments LLC, you transferred it yet again to another of your LLCs.
the attorney did, yes.
You signed the document, Mr. Rabai, didn't you?
Yes, but the attorney created the
You
document.
transferred the property. The deed indicates that Rabbi Investment Holdings-1 LLC paid $10 for that, for execution of that warranty deed, correct? Limited warranty deed.
On what page, sir? Oh, on the first page, yes.
First page. And if you look at the last page of that exhibit, it's the tax declaration form, and it's showing that the actual value of consideration received by seller was $10, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember if that $10 was even actually paid?
I don't recall.
Did you discuss the transfer of this property from Rabbi Investments LLC to Rabbi Investment Holdings-1 LLC with Mr. Hamade?
No, sir.
Let me get you to take a look, Plaintiff's Exhibit 37. And that is your certificate of organization of Rabbi Investment Holdings -1 LLC. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would tender plaintiff's exhibit 37.
No objection.
Admitted.
And this document shows that Rabbi Investment Holdings -1 LLC was formed on July 31st, 2023, correct?
Correct.
You're the sole member of Rabbi Investment Holdings -1 LLC, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Hamade is not a member. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Hamade has and had no input whatsoever into the operations or management of Rabbi Investment Holdings -1 LLC, correct?
Correct.
What capital contribution, if any, did you make at the time you formed Rabbi Investment Holdings -1 LLC?
I don't recall.
Did you make any?
I don't recall.
Let's move on to the property located at 150 Brooks Drive. What's it currently being used for?
Oh, an exhibit or just,
He's just asking you a question. No,
Oh,
no paper. What are you using 150 Brooks Drive for
so
today?
it was rented until March of this year, and then the tenant left, and so we are rehabbing it, and it's actually active for sale right now.
Now, that property was transferred from Melanai Investments to Rabbi Investments LLC, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Since that original transfer to Rabbi Investment LLC, has that property been transferred yet again?
No.
Let me get you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 38. And that's a limited warranty deed from Rabbi Investments LLC to Rabbi Investment Holdings -2 LLC, correct?
Correct.
That is dated October 2nd, 2023. Is that the date appearing on that document?
Yes.
That's your signature appearing on that document.
Yes.
And if you look through that deed, you transfer not only the Mila Nile 150 Brooks Drive property from Rabbi Investments to Rabbi Investment Holdings -2, but it also covered the Mila Nile 125 Brooks Drive property and 180 Windfair Drive property, correct?
Correct.
So all three of the remaining residential properties owned by Melanaya were transferred from Melanaya or whoever was holding, whoever's name they were in under Melanaya to Rabbi Investments LLC, transferred yet again from Rabbi Investments LLC to Rabbi Investments Holdings -2 LLC, correct?
Yes, from New Rabai to Rabbi, yes.
That deed indicates that Rabbi Investment Holdings -2 LLC paid $10 for those three properties, correct?
Correct.
And again, the tax declaration form shows that the actual value of consideration received by seller was $10, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss transfer of this property with Mr. Hamade?
No.
Let me get you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit number 39.
I believe that might be missing. Oh, no, it's behind 38.
And that's a certificate of organization of Rabbi Investment Holdings -2 LLC.
Yes.
It was formed July 31st, 2023.
Yes.
Your Honor, we tender plaintiff's exhibit 39.
No objection.
I don't think you did 38. Do you want to do 38 also?
Thank you.
Any objection to 38?
No, I crossed, there's a bit of minute, that's okay.
Okay, we've gone through a few, I don't recall, but for sure 38 is admitted and now 39 is as well.
Your Honor, even though I have tender exhibits in bold print, sometimes I forget it.
It's all right.
So thank you. So we got plaintiff's exhibit 39. It's been tendered. That's your formation of Rabbi Investment Holdings -2. You're the sole member of Rabbi Investment Holdings -2.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hamade is not a member, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Hamade has no say-so, had and has no say-so or input into the operations or managements of Rabbi Investment Holdings -2 LLC, correct?
Correct.
What capital contribution, if any, did you make at the time you formed Rabbi Investment Holdings -2 LLC?
I don't recall.
And again, you didn't discuss the transfer of any of these properties, not only from Neil and I to Rabbi Investments LLC, but from Rabbi Investment to yet other LLCs which you own and are the sole member of. You didn't discuss that with Mr. Hamade.
Correct.
Is the property at 125 Brooks Drive still being currently used for residential purposes?
It was until April 31st, I believe, and it is now up for sale.
It's up for sale.
Yes,
Okay.
along with 150 Brooks Drive.
What about 180 Windfair Drive?
That currently has a tenant in there.
Let me get you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit 40.
Yes,
And that is a notice of intent to administratively dissolve Melanai Investments LLC sent by the Georgia Secretary of State's office. Is that correct?
correct.
Your Honor, we tender plaintiff's exhibit 40.
No objection.
Admitted.
The address to which that was sent was the 222 Fairburn Industrial Boulevard property, correct?
Correct.
What letter?
The notice of intent.
222A or B?
I believe it just lists 222
C,
C.
yes.
What is C?
I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, so that building, the way they set it up is A is where the front office is and C is where the kitchen, the commissary kitchen is, or the distribution center. And that's how it's labeled. I didn't create that. It was just when we bought it.
That's okay.
Yeah.
It's all one building?
It's all one building.
Okay.
Yes.
B is a separate building from A.
Yeah, B is the building next door that we bought and sold.
Got it. A has C attached to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
It was addressed to you at that building, and that was the address that the Georgia Secretary of State office had for Melanai Investments LLC as its principal office and place of business. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I don't know if Exhibit 40, I think I tendered it. Was
You
it
did.
Admitted.
Yes.
In that notice, the Office of Secretary of State of Georgia says, we're going to administratively dissolve the LLC for failure to file its annual registration and pay fees due when filing the annual registration. Is that correct?
Correct.
The date of that notice is June 16th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
Did you inform Mr. Hamade of having received this notice?
I don't recall. I don't think so, no.
Now, you have formed a great many LLCs, is that right?
Yes.
And you know they have to register every year, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
These days, you even get email notices from the Georgia Secretary of State reminding you of the need to file your annual registration, correct?
I don't handle that, so I wouldn't know.
Who does handle that for the court?
For the Rabbi Investments Holdings and Rabbi Investments Holdings to 9, my attorney, Patrick Kelly, handles that. And then for the PETA, our secretary handles that.
Okay. But you handle that from Illinois, correct?
For this specific year,
Yes.
no, I haven't, I don't think I paid it for many years in terms of my own. I've never handled it myself.
But you knew that annual registration had to be paid, right?
I believe so. It was part of the
it was-
bills, yeah.
and it was sent to the office where Milanaya was registered with the Georgia Secretary of State, and where all these PETA franchises and PETA Beirut and Raynar Enterprises, same office as they all had listed with the Georgia Secretary of State, correct?
Correct.
Did you manage to file the annual registrations on the PETA LLCs?
I believe I'm on the majority of them, yes.
Okay. So it's only this one that was different, right?
Yes.
If you turn to the next page of Plaintiff's Exhibit 40, that's the Certificate of Administrative Dissolution, Revocation of Milanaya Investments LLC by the Office Secretary of State, Secretary of State of Georgia, correct?
Correct.
And the date of that certificate is September 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
So between the date of the notice of intent to dissolve, which was June 16th, 2023, and the date of the administrative dissolution of Milanaya, you actually formed Rabai Investment Holdings 1 LLC and Rabai Investment Holdings 2 LLC. Is that correct?
I believe the attorney did form them, yes.
Okay. And it was in between the dates when the Secretary of State said, hey, we're dissolving Milanaya unless you do something. And the date the Secretary of State finally dissolved Milanaya because you didn't do anything. Is that correct? You formed those other LLCs.
My attorney formed them. I didn't form them.
Did he? Did he form them without your permission?
I believe we did talk about it, but he did form them.
Okay. But you engaged him to form them, right?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. Now, tax returns were filed on behalf of Milanaya Investments LLC for the years 2018 through 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you obtained the accounting firms to prepare those tax returns, correct?
Yes.
You use that same accounting firm for preparing taxes for at least 3 of your other companies. PETA by the Beirut Inn LLC, PETA by the Beirut LLC, and PETA Group LLC, correct?
Correct.
You're the one who provided the information to the accountants to prepare the tax returns for Neil and I, correct?
Correct.
And let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 41.
Okay.
And those are excerpts from Milanaya's federal 2018 federal tax return, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, we tender Plaintiff's Exhibit 41.
So you've got 3 tax returns there. Can we tender all of them together? Are you planning on, your list shows 41, 42, 43 as 3 consecutive tax returns. Any reason we can't?
We can do that.
All right. Any objection, Mr. Fuller, to the 3 sets of excerpts from Milanaya's tax returns from 2018 through 2020?
No objection.
They're all admitted.
Now, the last 6 pages of that exhibit are the K-1 forms for both you and Mr. Hamade, correct?
Last 6 pages?
Last 6 pages. Your K-1 form should be first 3 pages, and his to be the following 3 pages of the last 6 pages.
Yes.
Okay, and if you look at the lines on the form marked L and compare the amounts shown on both your and Mr. Hamade's K-1 forms, for the beginning capital accounts, they're exactly the same, correct?
Correct.
That's also true for the entries for capital contributed during the year.
Correct.
Current year increase,
Correct.
withdrawals and distributions.
Actually, incorrect. I'm sorry. There's a $1 difference.
Okay, there's a $1 difference.
Yes.
That was actually in Mr. Hamade's favor, $1.
Okay.
And ending capital, exact same figures.
Correct.
You would turn to the Form 8825, which is included in that exhibit. I think it's back the other way.
Did it have the properties listed? The one with the properties listed? Because the pages are cut off, the numbers are cut off. This one?
No, it should be at the top. If I may.
Got it.
Let's see, I think I got ahead of myself. We're still on 2018 tax return.
Yes.
Let's go to the next.
19?
Let's go to 42, correct. Thank you.
Mhm.
And again, the last 6 pages of that are the K1 forms of you and Mr. Hamade.
Okay.
And same thing we just went through, the figures for you and Mr. Hamade, capital contributed during the year, beginning capital account, withdrawals and distributions, ending capital account are all the same numbers, except maybe $1 difference,
Correct.
or maybe even $2. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, $2 difference.
Yeah, if you'll go to Form 8825. It's probably going to be the third
Got
or
it.
fourth page. There's an entry listed management fees. Do you see that?
What line number? Oh, I see it. Yep.
And it shows, one, it breaks down the Villanada properties, actually names them. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep, right there.
5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it's 8 total, 5 on the first page, 8 on the second. And it shows management fees being paid for each of the properties, correct?
Yes.
Who are those management fees paid
I believe the property managers that maintained the yard, that maintained the cleanup when people moved out.
to? That, those would be management fees rather than labor?
It's what the accountant put it in here. It was only $600.
Yeah, for each property, that is correct. But those were listed as management fees. What do they do to manage the properties?
Well, move out, move in, clean up, turn on electricity, turn on water, maintenance.
Okay, and those were the people you just said the management fees were paid to, correct?
So it's labeled as that, but that's all it is. It's labeled as that. I don't recall exactly who it was paid to, but it's only $600 per property.
Who it was paid to or what it was paid for?
It would be on the P&L for sure. And it would be on the Excel spreadsheets. Yep.
Were those management fees paid to you?
No, sir.
Let's go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 43. Again, another tax return for the year 2020. And the last 6 pages of the exhibit are again, are you and Mr. Hamade's K1 forms.
Yes, sir.
And if we look, go through the same thing we did in the past 2. The numbers are the same for beginning capital account, capital contributed during the year, current year increase or decrease, withdrawals and distributions, and ending capital account, correct?
Correct.
And again, turning to the Form 8825. Down on that, let's see if I can get it. 15 cover for expenses. It says C statement 2. And we should be the last page. What are this? And that again shows that management fees were paid, correct?
Correct.
Also lists gardening fees paid.
Correct.
Okay, so management fees were something different than paying for yard plug.
Yes.
Who were those management fees paid to?
The property managers that went around.
So you had separate property managers to manage the property.
I just had one.
Who was that?
I believe his name is Dan Renero.
Okay. Well, if you're claiming management fees in this case, and you already had people managing the property who were being paid as disclosed on the tax returns, where you provided that information to the accountants, why would you need to pay you management fees when someone else was managing the properties?
Well, someone else was assisting, and $600 for a whole year to manage a property, move in, move out maintenance is not the true amount of management fees.
Okay. So you were paying management fees to people actually managing the property, and then accruing management fees to yourself for managing the managers?
If you know what real estate takes to run and operate and manage, it's a lot more in depth. There's bills, there's payments, there's mortgages, there's
Correct.
taxes, there's maintenance of the
Don't
property.
interrupt him.
There's move in, move out, there's evictions, there's leases, there's commissions for realtors, there's conversations, there's tenant applications, credit checks. There's a lot that goes on with managing a property. It's not just a simple cleanup. This is part of it. There's rehab, there's painting, there's move out. You have to go in and do all types of cleanup before the next tenant comes in. None of that is done for free.
None of that was done as shown on the tax returns, correct? There's no deduction for extensive management fees paid to you.
There was nothing collected since day one. It was just accounted for on paper.
Okay. So it's just a book entry.
Yes,
Your management fees were just a book entry.
absolutely.
Did Mr. Hamade know about that book entry?
He should have. You know about everything.
Well, actually, he didn't know about your transfers of property out of Milanaya. Is that right?
We're talking about the operations of the entities, one by one, property one by
And there's a
one.
lot of things, we've heard testimony from you that Mr. Hamade, you didn't discuss with him, he didn't know about, he didn't have any input into, but now you're saying, well, he knew I was accruing property management fees.
Up until we had our fallout, our family feud, he knew everything. We met regularly, we had yearly meetings, and he approved everything on the Excel spreadsheets.
Did you say yearly meetings?
Yes.
Meaning once a year?
Once a year, yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Let me, if plaintiff's exhibit 3 is still up in there,
Yes.
that is the Milanaya 2021 tax return. And to sort of shorten this, if you compare the K1 forms, same amount shown for you and Mr. Hamade, right?
1 minute. Yes, $1 off, yes.
And again, if you look at Form 8825 and Statements 4 and 6, it shows management fees being paid on the property.
On 8825, it says see statement 4. Yes, $500.
Okay, and statement 6. Should be right below statement 4.
Yes,
So again, same situation as before, their management fees are being paid to someone to do some things.
yes.
Now let's take a look at plaintiff's exhibit 2, which is the 2022 tax return. Your Honor, I believe plaintiff's exhibits 2 and 3 have previously been tendered and introduced.
1 through 43 are all in.
Yes.
Now, the first page of that exhibit is the cover letter from the accountant, and it shows the date of the return is September 11th of 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the cover letter, which is addressed to you individually, states that you must distribute a copy of the 2022 Schedule K1 to each member, correct?
Correct.
Did you do so?
I believe so.
Okay. The last pages of the exhibit, again, are the K1 forms for both you and Mr. Hamade. Is that correct?
Yes, Schedule K. Yep.
Okay, and if we go through my repetitious process,
That's fine.
capital contributions, current year increase, decrease, withdrawals, distribution, ending capital account, beginning capital account are all the same for both you and Mr. Hamade, correct?
If you give me 1 second, I'm gonna look for. Oh, there it is. Yes. Off by $1, but yes.
And we have the Form 8825. Again, it shows management fees pays. And for the 222A Fairburn Industrial Boulevard property, $3,000 is the supposed management fees that were paid.
On
222A Fairburn Road.
if you can just guide me to the document you're looking at, please.
It should be the second page of Form 8825.
Okay, I'm looking at 8825. And it says 222 Fairburn Industrial, fair rental days 365. Because this is 825 right here. But you said $3,000, right? That says 1,500.
That is for 180 Wind Fair. See statement 4. Last page. Management fees. Property A, 125 Birch Drive, $2,100. Property B, 222A Fairburn, $3,000. Property D, 86 Thomas Overby. Doesn't show anything. 150 Birch Drive shows $2,100.
Yep,
Correct.
correct.
Who were those management fees paid to?
To people that did the work.
Okay. Now, if you turn to the first page of Form 1065, this tax return is a little bit different than the others.
Okay,
It's marked as being the final return, correct?
correct.
On the second page of the exhibit, it shows that the total assets of the company, Melanaya, at year's end is being 0, correct?
Yeah, Oh, for the end of the year?
The end of the year?
Yes, zero, yes.
So the end of the year, since this is a 2022 tax return, was December 31st of 2022.
Correct,
Correct?
correct,
It shows the partner's capital account at year's end being zero, correct?
correct,
It shows the total liabilities and capital of Neil and I as being zero, correct?
correct.
So at least as the date of this return, which was year ending December 31st, 2022, Neil and I had no assets, no liabilities, no capital account of its members. In fact, it just ceased to exist, right?
On this return, yes, it was zero.
Has it filed any other returns?
No, this is the only one.
Because it was actually dissolved in 2023, wasn't it?
Correct.
So your document and information you provided to the tax accountant said, we ended this business in 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As we've seen from the deeds that previously were introduced into evidence, you accomplished this. No assets in Neil and I by transferring the 4 remaining Neil and I properties, first to Rabai Investments LLC, and then to Rabai Investment Holdings -1 and -2 LLCs, correct?
Yes.
So you took the remaining assets of Neil and I Investments.
No,
How does that not constitute taking the remaining properties by transferring them from Neil and I to yourself?
well, I haven't filed the tax returns for 23, 24, and 25,
You filed a final tax return.
but not for Rabbi Investments and not for Rabbi Holdings.
So you're saying that Neil and I properties, wow. Is Mr. Hamade a member of Rabai Investments LLC?
I did not say that.
I'm just trying to sort through something logical out of this.
But you've asked him a bunch of times about whether Mr. Hamadi is part of Rabai Investments. I think we could recite chapter and verse the answer.
Now, your 2022 K1 tax return, I think it is there before you, should be the last exhibit, minus exhibit 2 that we looked at.
Yes,
That shows you received $76,247 in withdrawals and distributions for 2022. Is that correct?
yes,
We go to the 2021 tax return, the K1 form, shows you received $255,439 in withdrawals and distributions, correct?
correct.
We've been through a number of checks yesterday, identified as exhibits that have been introduced into evidence that were written from Neil and I in payment of expenses having nothing to do with Neil and I, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall early in this case, you were asked some interrogatories, written interrogatories, and under which you responded under oath, correct? And you signed them for a notary, you swore to the truth on February 18th of 2025. Let's see if I can refresh you off the way.
Yes,
And those are your responses.
correct.
Interrogatory number 19 asks, state the amount of money or other property Neil and I Investments LLC has paid to you or on your behalf or distributed to you or that you have withdrawn from that company since its inception through the date of your response. For each payment, distribution, or withdrawal, please give the date of the payment, withdrawal, or distribution, a description of the payment, withdrawal, or distribution, and the purpose of each such payment, withdrawal, or distribution. Do you recall how you answered that?
No, I don't.
No funds have been paid by Milanai Investments LLC to nor Rabai or Rabai Investments LLC. Is that the answer you swore was true?
What number is it? Just so I know.
19.
Yes, at that time, yes.
Your Honor, that's all the questions I have at this time.
Mr. Fuller, Mr. Thompson, at this time, are you going to engage in any direct examination of your client?
No, sir, we will hold that for our case in chief.
Got it. Okay. Mr. Rabai, appreciate you being up there. Please leave all the documents there. Grab your smart water. And we will turn to see if plaintiff's next witness is available.
Check.
Sure. Mr. Rabai, I was just reminded that I now, for two witnesses in a row, witnesses are flowing a little bit differently, forgot to ask the jurors if they have questions. If you have questions of Mr. Rabai, I'll get him right back up on the stand and we can address your questions. Looks like people are reaching for note cards. So, Mr. Rabai, if you'll come back to the stand, please.
Oh, come back up.
Yep,
Yes.
that's you. I gotta make a note for myself, so I stop getting that. Anyone else? Nope. All right. So, Mr. Rabai, can you explain why some of the properties we've been hearing about were transferred more than once from an LLC to another LLC to a third or even a fourth?
Yes, Your Honor. Initially, all the properties that, I believe 6 or 7 of the properties initially that we bought were lent out under my name, my personal name, with my tax and my ability to borrow. And so that's how that initially needed to be transferred over because I wanted to buy a personal home. And so the only way I could do that, because all that debt is under my personal name and my credit. So we had to refinance it out of my personal name. So I had the ability to buy a home. And that is one of the first reason that we refinanced. The second one is because we were able to move loans that were at 6, 7, and 8% to 4% during the pandemic time where rates were at 2 and 3%. So we were able to save a lot of money on interest. That is the second reason. And the third one is the attorney, which I mentioned during my examination, is that he wanted to limit the liability. So the Rabai Holdings was only set up to limit the liability if a tenant was to fall in one property, that tenant could not go and sue all the properties that we owned. So it was a more of a legal safeguard for us and protect each and every property. So he grouped them into, I believe, 2 or 3 properties or 4 properties per Rabai Holdings, just to limit the amount of exposure that we had.
All right. We've heard about several corporate entities, Rabai Investments, Milanaya, some of the PITAs. And the questions so far have been about deeds and what LLC might the properties be sitting in, et cetera. Question about bank accounts. Are there separate bank accounts, if there are even bank accounts, for Milanaya and Rabai investments and the different PITAs that we've heard about?
Yes, Your Honor. Mila Naya had its own bank account, and I believe they introduced it. And Rabbi Investments has its own bank account, and PITAs have their own bank account.
There's not one bank account for everything.
No, no, Your Honor.
Okay. Any follow-up based on those questions, Mr. Chambers? Oh, we've got a late coming juror question. That's okay. Can you explain, Mr. Rabai, why some of the transfers that we've heard about of properties from one LLC to another or out of your name into an LLC happened without you telling Mr. Hamade, I'm moving property X, which is part of the universe of Milanaya, to a different LLC?
So initially, from day one, I had full control of all the properties. I pulled all the loans. I did all the paperwork. Again, my ability to borrow allowed me to do everything on my own. And so the reason those properties were moved out and there was no communication between Mr. Hamade and myself, there was a very big family feud between my wife, which is Mr. Hamade's sister, and a family matter, I would say, that happened that kind of stopped communication across the whole platform. And honestly, I was caught in the crosshairs. And I'm married to, again, Mr. Hamade's sister, and my mother-in-law passed. And during that time frame,
We're getting beyond, I think, what the court indicated earlier and what the defendant's counsel indicated about getting into the details.
Okay, well, this wasn't a question that Mr. Fuller asked, but let's not get much more into what was the source of the family strife. I'm understanding you to be saying, Mr. Rabai, that when chronologically would this family schism have occurred?
sometime between, I think somewhere around 2022, 2021, 2022. I don't exactly know, but it started at that time frame and it continued on.
Okay, and it was as a result of that, around that time, that you're saying communications between the two of you, Mr. Hamade and you, became less frequent to non-existent.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Chambers, any follow-up based on any of those questions about bank accounts, moving properties from LLC to LLC, and not communicating with your client?
Are you using the family dispute as a defense against following the provisions of your written operating agreement with Mr. Hamade and failing to exercise the utmost good faith, loyalty, and acting in the best interest of the company and its members? Are you using that family dispute as an excuse for not doing those things?
Well, to answer your first question, I believe the question came from the juror. What was the reason I didn't communicate it? And it was because of what happened with the family. So I'm not using it. I was just responding. That's why we did not
So
communicate.
would you agree it's not really an excuse?
I can't answer that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Fuller, you're saving everything until you call your client in your case in chief.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Rabai, sorry for the fire drill of sending you back and reeling you back in. My mistake, no one else's. Now you can step down. Mr. Dakin, you had plenty of time to track down your witness.
Yeah, she's here, Your Honor.
All right. How long do you guesstimate her testimony will take?
Your Honor, before we bring her in, can we introduce the appraisals that were stipulated?
Sure, we can do that. I'm just trying, it's a little early to do the morning break, but we're gonna do a morning break. And so I was just trying to gauge if Ms. Dyke was a 30-minute witness, then we just finish her and take a morning break. Our lunch break today is gonna be closer to 12:30. I have a meeting, a Zoom thing that's at 12:30 that's gonna take 30, 40 minutes. So I don't want lunch to start way before then because I can't get us back in here. So we're gonna try to go till a little before 12:30 before we take our lunch break. So I'm just figuring out, is there something that we could do for 20 minutes or so before we take the morning break? And that maybe that we start with Ms. Dyke and we don't finish, which is A-okay. But you also can tender the appraisals if you want to do that. Okay, well, let's start with that.
Your Honor, we tender claims exhibit 44 to 47 for the stipulations. That these are the appraisals. The first one is of the property located at 222A Fairburn Industrial Boulevard.
And when you say first one, that would mean 44.
By Mr. James Hyde, giving his opinion of the fair market value of the property as of June 25th, 2025 of $1 million. The second is the appraisal dated July 23rd of 2025 of the property located at 125 Brooks Drive, Tyrone, Georgia, from Mr. Stewart M. Gregg, giving Mr. Gregg's opinion of the fair market value of the property as $310,000. That's number 45. Plaintiff's exhibit 46 is the appraisal dated July 23rd, 2025 of the property located at 150 Brooks Drive by Mr. Gregg, giving Mr. Gregg's opinion on the fair market value of said property. It's $355,000. And plaintiff's exhibit 47 is dated July 23rd, 2025 by Mr. Gregg of the property located at One Fair Drive, giving Mr. Gregg's opinion of the fair market value of the property is $408,000.
Okay. And my understanding, Mr. Fuller, is that in lieu of bringing in these appraisers and exploring their qualifications, you've agreed to stipulate as to the appraisal's admissibility, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay, they are then admitted and made part of the record that the jury may consider.
Do you want these over here or?
You can put them there. Ultimately, the exhibits go with the court reporter and not with me. So you can just put them underneath there. Sounds good. Okay, you bet. So jurors, we can either take a break now and then we'll press on until about 12:20 after the break, or we can go till about 11, so another 20 minutes, and then we'll press on till about 12:20. You're the boss with that one. How about this? Is there anyone who can't make it till 11? Seeing no hands, let's get, yes. You can't make it till 11.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll break now. On the clocks in here, I will try to get you all back in at about 10:50. If Deputy Gordon comes in to corral you, it's at my direction and that's too soon, just tell him we're not done. And just know that the longer your break, the longer we're all together. But we'll try to make it about 10 minutes. Please don't talk about the case, no outside research. We'll see you in a few minutes.
All right, adjourn.
All right, Mr. Chambers, anything we need to cover before we break? Mr. Fuller? Okay, and Ms. Dyke is your final witness, as best you can forecast.
As other than our testimony as to the attorney's counsel.
Okay. And you were reluctant to give a forecast as to how long Ms. Dyke will be testifying, but I'm going to press you for that.
I think about half an hour here.
Okay. So it may be that you all rest before lunch. I'm not pressing you on that, but if she's a half hour and then it's attorney's fees, I don't know how contentious the attorney's fees testimony is going to be. Okay, we'll see what happens. If not, it'll be not all that long after lunch that you all are resting. I just want to bring that to a head so that Mr. Fuller and Ms. Thompson are, wait, what? How, they're done already? So we will begin the defense case this afternoon. Sounds good. Thanks, everyone.
You're ready.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Mr. Dakin, are you ready for the jury to come back in?
We are ready, John.
Mr. Fuller?
We're ready.
All right, let's bring him in, please.
All right, for the jury. You as the president of the county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Welcome back from the morning break. I am going to ask plaintiff to call its next witness.
Here I call Lori Dyke.
Ms. Dyke, if you come on up, please.
Right.
All right, thank you. Morning, Judge.
Good morning. Before you get seated, if you turn towards Deputy Gordon, he's going to swear you in.
We swear affirm that testimony you will give will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God.
I do.
You have a seat. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Lori Dyke, Lauriedyke.
Ms. Dyke, I'm going to ask you some questions regarding your expert experience and qualifications.
Okay,
Okay, how are you employed?
I'm the founding partner of a CPA firm. I apologize, I'm a little hoarse this morning. CPA firm that does business as IAG, Forensics and Valuation.
How many employees does IAG have?
21 as of today,
How long has your company been in existence?
since February 2003, so 23 years.
Where did you attend college?
University of California, Berkeley,
What is your degree and when did you graduate?
a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration with an emphasis in accounting, 1979. Yes, I'm old.
Do you have any certifications?
Yes, I'm a licensed CPA in Georgia and Florida. I'm a certified fraud examiner and certified in financial forensics.
Can you please provide us with a summary of your work history since you graduated from college?
I went to work right out of college for what was then Arthur Young CPA firm, became Ernst & Young years later as an auditor, passed the CPA exam on my first try, worked in the San Francisco office for a couple of years, transferred to the Denver office, transferred to the Greenville, South Carolina office, progressing along the way. I left the firm and went to work for a former client that I'd helped take public in Dallas, Texas. Worked there for a few years till the company was sold. Came back to work for Arthur Young, Ernst & Young in Atlanta for about 6 years. Left there in 1991, took a job as general manager for a retail wholesale company for about 6 years, and then left there to start the non-traditional services practice for regional CPA firm Smith & Howard. Left there, went to work as CFO for one of my clients for a couple of years, got them through an IRS audit, a Department of Labor audit, helped them get their accounting systems in place, and then I quit that job where I was commuting to Chambly and started IAG. That's 23 years ago.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
I'm a member of the AICPA, American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, Georgia Society of CPAs, the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners.
Do you currently serve in any capacity with the Georgia Society of CPAs?
I'm on the Leadership Council for GSCPA, have been for about 10 years.
Does your present practice focus on any areas in particular?
Well, IAG is a boutique CPA firm. We don't do any traditional audit, tax, or accounting. We do forensic accounting, which is accounting for litigation in support of the legal system. We do fraud investigations and business valuations.
How many cases have you worked on since you started your practice in 2003?
Several thousand. I don't have an exact count.
Have you ever testified in court before?
I have. I've testified in Georgia Superior Court in many jurisdictions, courts in other states, and federal court a couple of times, about 200 times, a little more now.
In which areas have you been qualified as an expert?
Accounting, forensic accounting, fraud investigation, business valuations, I think divorce forensic accounting. Did I say fraud investigation?
You did.
Have you ever not been qualified as an expert when you've attempted to testify in court?
I've always been qualified as an expert when I've been proffered.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender Ms. Dykes as an expert in accounting, forensic accounting, and fraud investigation.
What's the difference between accounting and forensic accounting?
Accounting is sort of traditional accounting, preparation of financial statement, profit and loss balance sheets. Forensic accounting is in support of the legal system with application of the rules of evidence and related statutes and case law.
Okay. Mr. Fuller, do you want to examine Ms. Dyke as to her credentials or qualifications as an expert in any of those three fields?
No, sir.
Any objection to having Ms. Dyke qualified as an expert for the purposes of this trial in any of those three fields?
No.
All right, Ms. Dyke, you are qualified for purposes of this trial as an expert in the related fields of accounting, forensic accounting, and fraud investigations, keeping your record at 201 or whatever it is now that you've been tendered as an expert and qualified as an expert.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm going to ask you some questions about your involvement in this case, okay? When were you initially contacted?
You contacted me in April of 2025. My engagement letter was signed in May of 2025.
Who hired you?
You did on behalf of Mr. Hamade.
Prior to being retained by me, did you know Mr. Hamade?
I did not.
Do you know Mr. Rabai?
I do not. Still,
Have you ever worked for me previously?
a few times.
Have you ever worked with Mr. Fuller previously?
No, I just met him this morning.
What work were you asked to do in this case?
In general terms, financial analysis of the transactions related to the Milanaya Investment Company, which involves, from my part, analysis of bank statements and property records to determine the flow of money and the flow of the properties.
Has anyone else in your firm helped you in this case?
Yes, it's our policy to always use the least expensive qualified person to do the work under my direction and supervision. So we have folks in our office who are responsible for processing the documents. We receive them, they download them, index them, put them on a log, let me know they're here. One of our managers, Steve Scott, helped me do some of the analysis. We had one of our accounting people take the bank statements and put them into QuickBooks accounting file. But I've supervised and reviewed everything. And again, I need to say, it's my firm. I started it 23 years ago. Everyone's been hired by me and trained by me and uses templates that I developed.
How much have you billed for your services and how much have you been paid?
I billed a little over $16,175.50. And I've been paid $21,175.50, which leaves a $5,000 retainer on account for trial preparation and trial.
What information did you receive and use in your analysis?
Legal documents, I got the complaint and the answer and counterclaim, bank records for Milanaya from 2017 forward, deposition transcripts for Mr. Hamade, Mr. Rabai, property records, of course, all the exhibits to the depositions. And then I went online and to the Georgia Superior Court Clerks Cooperative Authority, GSCCCA, which is the official repository of property records, and made sure I had everything on there related to the Milanaya properties.
Have you read a copy of Mr. Hamade's complaint?
I have.
Did you read Mr. Rabbi's answer and counterclaim?
I did.
Have you read Mr. Hamade's deposition?
I have.
Did you read Mr. Rabbi's deposition?
Yes, and all 57 exhibits.
Did you review the exhibits to Mr. Rabbi's
Yes, I
deposition?
did.
Did you review the tax returns of Milanaya?
Yes.
Is there any information you would have liked to have received that you did not receive?
Yes. First of all, I would have loved to have gotten an accounting file. Obviously, they're filing tax returns. I would expect there to be a QuickBooks file or something like that that showed the transactions. I would have liked to receive promissory notes that were related to the loans on the properties. I would have liked to have had bank statements and financial records after the properties were transferred out of Milanaya to Mr. Rabai, and I didn't get any of that.
What is your understanding of the arrangement between Mr. Rabbi and Mr. Hamade?
It's my understanding they formed a business in 2017 to invest in real property and to rent the real property. That company is called Milanaya Investments. I have a copy of the operating agreement. It looks to me like both parties were supposed to share in the net profits related to the properties 50-50.
Do you know how many properties were purchased that were at any time part of Milanaya Investments?
10 is my understanding.
Whose name were those properties in? Do you know that?
I do. 2 of them were initially in the name of Milanaya. 2 of them were in Mr. Hamade's name, and 6 were in Mr. Rabai's name.
Do you know why some of the properties would have been purchased in individual names instead of Milanaya's name?
Yeah, based on my conversation with Mr. Hamade and my reading the depositions, sometimes it's easier to facilitate the purchase and mortgage borrowings doing it individually as opposed to the name of the company. So they did some of that.
Did you read the operating agreement for Milanaya?
I did.
When was it formed?
Milanaya was formed in 2017, but the operating agreement was not signed until 2021.
Were there any provisions in the operating agreement that were particularly relevant to your work?
Really, all of the terms were somewhat relevant, but the 2 that were most important to me were that they were supposed to maintain complete and accurate books and records for the company transactions, and that all Milanaya funds were to be deposited in Milanaya's bank account.
Did you receive any accounting records from Milanaya?
I did not.
Did you see any references to Google Docs and Excel files?
I did, particularly in Mr. Rabai's deposition, where he talks about maintaining Excel records. Originally, it was Google Docs, and then it transitioned to Excel. And I have some printouts from some Excel files. I'm not sure I have all the recent printouts, but I have some that were attached to the deposition as exhibits.
Were you able to use any information from the Excel files?
I used a tiny bit of the information to calculate the current mortgage balances on the properties because I had the payment amounts from the Excel files. Other than that, I couldn't use it. Just in general, using Excel for accounting is terrible practice. There's no way to reconcile it with bank statements, to verify the amounts, to verify the balances. I could tell from Mr. Rabai's deposition that there were entries on the Excel files that didn't really happen. For instance, rent was supposed to be collected. He said that he didn't collect rent from all of his companies, but they actually paid some expenses. But then there were entries for rent. There are entries for management fees that were never paid. It's not a real accounting file. And I never would use Excel to do actual accounting, especially since really easy accounting systems are available. Most small businesses today use QuickBooks, either desktop or online, or a few other small accounting packages. There's absolutely no reason to use Excel, and it's not reliable.
When you say Excel's not reliable, so make sure, it's not that it does bad math. It's not going to tell you that 2 + 2 is 5.
Correct.
Okay,
If you put
what's,
2 + 2 in there, it will tell you it's 4.
okay, so what about Excel is unreliable as opposed to the way a user applies Excel?
Let me compare it to what we do in QuickBooks.
Okay,
We put all of the transactions for a bank statement into QuickBooks, and we reconcile the online balance with the actual bank statement.
Mhm.
That ensures that all the transactions are recorded, they're put in the right amounts, they're real, and it's complete. When you have an Excel file that particularly is one like Mr. Rabai created, there is no way to verify that the data is correct, that somebody didn't transpose a number, that the information really came from the bank statement, or that it has all of the transactions.
okay.
Did you have any indication that actual accounting records existed?
I did. There was one invoice from the tax preparer that referred to updating QuickBooks, QB, I think is how they describe it, to reconcile with the tax return. So I believe there is a QuickBooks file out there, probably maintained by the accountant. It was not turned over to us.
And you just mentioned that you created your own QuickBooks file from banking records?
We had to. There was no other choice. So we took the bank records that we had. We used a program called ScanWriter. It downloads the information, puts them into our QuickBooks template. Then we review it, we categorize it, we reconcile it. There's no errors that can happen in terms of amounts or transpositions or missing data because it matches the bank statements exactly.
What banking information did you have?
I had the Milanaya bank account from 2017 through partway into 2023.
When you say the bank account, what do you mean? Is that the canceled checks and bank statements and deposits?
Correct, yes. And there was one bank account that was the Milanaya bank account.
How did you obtain those records?
In Discovery, you provided them to me. I don't remember exactly.
Do you know how I got them?
You gave them to me. I don't remember how you got them.
In your review, well, can you summarize your overall findings from your QuickBook analysis of the banking records?
Well, the first thing is that the banking records do not
Bless you.
include all of the Milanaya transactions because most of, not all, but most of the property transactions were handled individually, and the information was not, the deposits were not made into the bank account, payments were not made out of the bank account to purchase the property. So that's the big thing. We ended up doing the property analysis, and then I made entries into the QuickBooks files to reflect the property transactions, but that's my number one observation. Number two is that there was very little activity in the bank accounts in 2017 or 18. 2019 and 2020 were pretty complete, and the company generated excess cash flow. It was not losing money. 2021 still had a little bit of positive cash flow, like about $6,000, but some of the tenants, particularly Mr. Rabai's companies, stopped paying rent partway through 2021, so the cash flow was less. And I also saw in 2021 where some rent checks were being deposited, but checks were being written out of the Milanaya bank account to those companies that were tenants of the Milanaya properties. So that's my overall summary.
In your review of the documents, did you see any management fee agreements?
I did. They were provided independently to me from you, I think, and they were also included in Mr. Rabai's deposition exhibits.
Who signed those agreements?
Mr. Rabai,
Mr. Hamade was not a party to those agreements.
correct.
He didn't sign them.
He did not.
Did you ever see any evidence of management fees paid to Mr. Rabai pursuant to those agreements?
No, there's nothing in the banking records indicating anything related to management fees. And it's my understanding from the deposition that management fees have still never been paid, even after the transfer.
Did the company have sufficient funds to pay a management fee?
In 2019, it did. There was sufficient cash flow, even after paying the mortgages. By my count, it's $169,691.15 in 2019, positive cash flow in the Milanaya bank account. In 2020, it was $48,298.82. So that's not quite enough to pay the 18% management fee. And in 2021, as I mentioned, cash flow went down. Not all the rent was being collected. So I still have positive cash flow in that period of $6,293.34.
Did you see any checks paid that indicated they were for management fees?
None.
So, are you aware that some of the tenants of the properties are Mr. Rabai's other companies?
Yes.
Did those other companies pay rent?
They paid rent, yes, and pretty consistently in 19 and 2020. Less consistently in 2021, and then they stopped in 2021. And as I said, there were some checks written out of the Milanaya bank accounts to those companies.
How did the rent stopping impact the cash flow of the company?
Well, it hurt it. Obviously, it went from 169,000 in 2019, 48,000 in 2020 to 6,000 in 2021.
Did you compare your analysis of the 2021 cash flow with the 2021 income tax return for me or not?
I did, to the extent that I could. My classifications of expenses is different than shows up on the tax returns, but I did take a look at it. Gross receipts on the 2021 tax return were $308,800, $806. I showed $288,788. So the gross receipts on the tax return were a little over 20,000 higher. The tax return has $378,589 in expenses. Some of that is depreciation. That's a non-cash expense. So I added that back to get to what should have been cash expenses. And that number is $285,310. I had my expenses and payments to creditors, which include mortgages, some of which is principal, some of which is interest. So I took the business expenses and subtracted the interest or added that to the expenses. So my adjusted cash expenses are $209,142. What that means is they reported cash expenses of $76,168 more than I show in the banking records. And I don't have an explanation for that because I don't have the backup for the tax returns. I don't have the QuickBooks file. I have no idea how they got from the bank statements to what they reported on the tax returns.
Let's talk about the properties themselves. What information did you use to perform your property analysis?
I had a good number of settlement statements from the purchase of the properties and the sale of the properties. I had quite a few warranty deeds, which reflect the actual property transactions, what they're bought and sold for the official records. I have security deeds, which show how much is borrowed on the properties. So if you borrow from a bank, they will loan you money, you'll have a promissory note, and then they file a security deed showing that they have a security interest in that property. I have a few loan statements for one Synovus loan, but mostly settlement statements, warranty deeds, and security deeds.
For each property, can you tell us what you saw in the property records?
Yes. And I have my properties labeled based on the way they are in the complaint. So property A is 222A Fairburn Industrial Boulevard. It's also known as 222 in Preglon. Not sure why, but reference to both of those addresses in the records. This is one of the properties that was purchased in the name of Milanaya on 9/28/17. The purchase price was $589,500. There was a security deed for $489,257. And that means that somebody contributed $96,243 toward the purchase of that property, plus maybe some closing costs. It was not Mr. Hamade because I asked him. So I assumed that was Mr. Rabai, and I gave him credit for that cash infusion for that purchase. And then there was a new mortgage taken out on May 18th, 2018 in the amount of $497,000. That's a brand new mortgage. It was not a refinance. It did not pay off the first mortgage. And I don't know what happened to that money. It did not go into the Milanaya bank account. I didn't see any evidence in the documents I reviewed that it was used to improve the property. So I have no idea what happened to almost $500,000. And then in April of 2022, the title to the property was transferred out of Milanaya's name into the name of Rabai Investments LLC, which I understand is one of Mr. Rabai's companies. And then he took out a new mortgage right at that same time in the amount of $875,000, which paid off the balance of the two previous mortgages. That's all I got on that property.
Okay. How about 150 Brooks Drive?
That property B, it was purchased on July 10th, 2017 in the name of Mr. Rabai for $212,500. There was a security deed for $170,000, which meant that somebody contributed $42,500 toward the purchase. And it was not Mr. Hamade, so I gave Mr. Rabai credit for that. There was a refinance of that mortgage in February of 2021 of $184,875, paid off the first mortgage. And then there was a refinance in April of 2022 for $1.1 million. But that $1.1 million included this property and several other properties, some of which were part of Milanaya and some of which were not. And that is when that property was still part of the Milanaya group of properties. There was another refinance in May 2023 for $1.6 million. That was used to pay off the $1.1 million loan. But again, it was secured by Milanaya properties, 150 Brooks, 125 Brooks, a property at 388 Morgan's Turn. I'm sorry, that's 1.1 million. 96 Winthrop, 109 Creekside Way, 119, 25 J Point, and 38 South Avenue. The only two of those properties that were part of Milanaya were the 125 Brooks and the 150 Brooks. So he took the Milanaya properties and consolidated them with properties, other properties, I think that he owned, to borrow 1.1 million and then 1.6 million. Let's see, title of that property was transferred to Rabai Investments in September 23, and then Rabai Investment Holdings 2 in October 2023. And that's the last I have of that property.
Can you talk about what you discovered with 125 Brooks Drive?
125 Brooks Drive was very similar. Also purchased on April 16th, 18, $209,900. Purchase price, $167,920. Security deed, which meant that the sum of the purchase price contribution was $44,500. It was funded by the Rabai, put it into Milanaya, and then Milanaya paid for the purchase. So I've done the accounting. And then I could see Milanaya was paying the mortgage on that property. In 2021, same date as 150 Brooks, that mortgage was refinanced, paid off the first one. The new mortgage was $179,700. And then in April of 22, it was collateralized, part of the $1.1 million loan. And then in May of 23, part of the $1.6 million loan, transferred to Rabai Investments in September 23, and transferred to Rabai Investment Holdings in October 23. That,
About 163 Hickory Road.
that was purchased on July 10th, 2017, which is the same date as 150 Brooks was purchased for $165,000. Security deed for $132,000, $33,000 contributed to the purchase, not from Milanaya. Oh, I gave Mr. Rabai credit for that. Refinanced in 2021, paid off the first mortgage, and then sold in October 2021 to Zachary James for $340,000. I do have the settlement statement for that sale. I can see that Mr. Rabai, who was listed as the seller, got $195,888. That money did not go into Milanaya. So when I was doing the initial accounting, I said he got that money. Subsequently, through discussions with Mr. Hamade and reading Mr. Rabai's deposition, I discovered that he paid Mr. Hamade half of the proceeds from his personal account. And if you go back to the operating agreement, this was all supposed to happen in Milanaya, which there was provision for the properties being owned individually, but it says all of the deposits were supposed to go in the Milanaya bank account, and they did not.
You tell us about 222B Fairburn. I think that should be,
Yep, that is the second property purchased by Milanaya in September of 2019 for a purchase price of $995,000, warranty deed of $800,000, cash to purchase $177,297. Milanaya paid the $15,000 earnest money deposit, and the rest of the money came from Mr. Rabai, or I assumed it was Mr. Rabai. It didn't come from Milanaya, didn't come from Mr. Hamade, so I gave him credit for $102,297 toward the purchase. Then the property was sold for $1.2 million in January of 2022. And don't have a note here, but of the sales proceeds, but I gave Mr. Rabai credit. Well, I know that Mr. Rabai got the proceeds from the sale, and he paid half of that to Mr. Hamade.
you tell us about 270 Lakemont.
Yes. 270 Lakemont was purchased in December 2020, $267,500. Warranty security deed of $200,600. $77,297 contributed toward the purchase. Milanaya paid the $2,500 deposit and $41,297.68 at closing. This property was purchased in Mr. Hamade's name. And then there was, let's see, $33,500 paid at close. Sorry, the closing statement says $41,297.68. I can see that $33,500 came from Milanaya, so I assume the balance came from Mr. Rabai, and gave him credit for that. Okay.
You tell us about 86 Thomas Overby Drive.
Yes, that was purchased in March of 2018 in the name of Mr. Rabai and Carol Hamade. $208,000. Purchase price, $166,400. Security deed, $41,600. Cash at closing from Mr. Rabai. Gave him credit for that. I think Mila and I may have paid. No, Mila and I did not pay anything toward that closing. The first mortgage was refinanced in 2021, still the name of Mr. Rabai and his wife, and then it was sold in 2022 in the name, the sellers were Mr. Rabai and Ms. Hamade. He got $117,000 into his personal account, paid half to Mr. Hamade, so that's all square.
And the final property, 300 Lakemont, what did you,
Yeah, there is actually one we skipped, it maybe skipped on my note, we'll go back to that. 300 Lakemont, purchased in March 21 for $290,000, purchased by Mr. Hamadi. Mortgage of $217,500. Mr. Hamadi paid $2,800 deposit plus $82,021 at closing. So when I made the accounting entries, I gave him credit for that. There was a power of attorney, didn't affect the financial transactions in March 2021, Mr. Hamadi in favor of Mr. Rabai, and then it was sold in October 2021. Net cash was $114,332. That money was deposited in Milanaya. So the two properties that were sold in Mr. Hamadi's name went through the Milanaya bank accounts. The properties that were sold in Mr. Rabai's name did not. They went through his personal accounts. And the property we skipped was 180 Windfair Drive,
180 Windfair?
right?
Sorry about that.
Purchased in April 2019 in the name of Milanaya. I may have misspoke earlier. 3 properties from Milanaya, 2 Mr. Hamadi, 5 for Mr. Rabai. I think I said 226. It's 325. Purchase name of Milanaya, $199,500. $197,773 paid at closing out of Milanaya bank account. A new mortgage in August of 2019 for $250,000 through Synovus. I have loan statements from Synovus. I cannot find a security deed. Still, obviously, they loaned the money. It would, mortgage was being paid, but I've looked multiple times. For some reason, they either didn't file a security deed or it's not in the JSCCCA records. That title was transferred to Rabai Investments in January 2023. New mortgage taken out in January 2023 for $850,000. And that's one of the mortgages that was secured by the Milanaya properties as well as other properties. And I think, sorry, lost my place in my schedule here. Yep, then in October 23, it was transferred from Rabai Investment to Rabai Investment Holdings.
Based on the analysis that you just went through for all these properties, did you make entries into your QuickBook files to reflect your analysis?
Yes, because I wanted to have all of the Milanaya investment financial transactions in one place. So I recorded each property purchase with credit for who contributed toward that. And then when it sold, I made entries to reflect the sales price and the net proceeds. And then I made an entry to reflect the payment of half the proceeds of the Rabai properties to Mr. Hamade. And at the end of the day, my calculation is that both Mr. Rabai and Mr. Hamade got equal credit for contributions and distributions. My net number ended up being about $3,000 difference. So it was a 50-50 deal up until that point for the properties.
Was the company profitable on a cash basis
Yes,
for all years through 2021?
yes. And we talked about that a little bit earlier, positive cash flow. So if I've seen Mr. Ramade's deposition where he said they were losing money based on the information I have, if the rents were paid, the expenses and the mortgages could have been paid.
Did you do any other analysis in this case?
I did just last night. We've talked many times, struggled a little bit with if the jury finds that there is fault, what is the amount you would ask Mr. Rabai to pay Mr. Hamade? And that's a struggle because we don't have any actual financial records after the properties were transferred to Mr. Rabai. I don't have bank statements. I don't have mortgage balances. The mortgages on these properties were consolidated with other properties. Rent wasn't paid. I don't have accounting records. So what should the number be? And I can't opine on that as an expert. But I took the conversation we had and did some calculations. The value of the properties that were transferred to Mr. Rabai have been appraised. They were appraised in July of 2025. 222 in Preglawn was appraised for $1 million. 150 Brooks for $355,000. 180 Windfair for $408,000, and 125 Brooks for $310,000. So that's $2,073,000 of property value. Then we talked earlier about the 222A property that was refinanced for $497,000. I don't know who got that money. I mean, I assume Mr. Rabai got that money. I don't know what he did with it. No financial transactions in Milanaya. So I've added that based on our discussions to the calculation of the damages. It's reasonable to say those properties were subject to mortgages. What is the mortgage balance? And we don't know right now, especially because the mortgages were consolidated with other properties. So I took the mortgage balances for those 4 properties that were standalone, and I amortized them based on the payments and the interest rates to calculate what would be the current mortgage balance if they hadn't been refinanced and consolidated, and if the mortgage payments had been made on time. It's a few assumptions, but it's the kind of calculation I do all the time. So I've estimated the mortgage balance for 222 in Preglawn at $700,937. 150 Brooks, $145,726. 180 Windfair at $191,162. and 125 Brooks at $140,158. So the total is $1,177,982. So if you take the $2 million property value, 2,073,000 plus the 497,000, less $1,177,982 mortgage, the net value is $1,392,018. Half of that is $696,009. Would be the net amount that Mr. Rabai owes Mr. Hamade.
Did you add any income received by Mr. Rabai or deduct any expenses paid by him?
No, for several reasons. One is, I think he, based on my reading of the deposition, that he's not collected rent, especially from his companies. He's paid maybe mortgages and some expenses in his calculations. He's included the management fee that was never paid. So I think, based on the numbers I do have, that there should have been positive cash flow for those properties, not including the management fee, which would have all gone to his benefit. But he had control over all of that. So I don't know what the real numbers are for any rental income or expenses. And basically, we're ignoring those.
Did you give Mr. Rabai credit for the mortgage payments he paid?
In part, yes, because my calculation assumes that the mortgages on those properties were paid all the way through June 1st, and he made some of those payments. So that reduced the value of the mortgage to this point. So he got some credit for it. It's not the actual mortgage payments because they're all consolidated. I don't know what the real numbers are.
And what was the net result again of your calculation?
$696,009. Net 50% due to Mr. Hamade.
Is there anything that I haven't asked you that you'd like to tell the jury to help them understand?
I don't think so. Hopefully it's been clear.
All right.
It's a lot of numbers.
I'm done. Your witness.
Mr. Fuller or Mr. Thompson, questions for Ms. Dyke?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to be clear about a few things. Were you aware the 497 loan was used to remodel and fix up the warehouse?
I was not.
Okay. What I understand is you wouldn't use these spreadsheets and what's been called the Google sheet, which turned into an Excel spreadsheet that showed the transactions between the two of them. You didn't use it.
Correct.
Okay. And did you see the P&Ls that were provided to them?
I did.
Did you use those?
I did not.
And there were other spreadsheets and you didn't use them?
I did not.
All right,
I
but you
used the-
disagree. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. What?
No, it's okay.
You disagree with the way they were doing their account. They should have been doing QuickBooks instead of Excel.
If I could have verified the information on the Excel spreadsheets, I might have been able to use them. I was not.
Okay, but were you aware that some money went straight to Mr. Hamade directly from closings? Did you check his personal bank accounts?
I didn't. I knew that the sale of the properties in his name went to Milanaya, and I know that the sale of the other properties went to him from Mr. Rabai.
But they were in individual names, so they had to do the individual closings, correct?
I think that's correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so the bank's gonna wire the money to who it belongs to in that closing. I don't know that they'll send it to the company So they had to do the accounting that way, didn't they?
Well, what I saw was the net proceeds from the properties in Mr. Hamade's name did go to Milanaya and the other ones did not.
Okay. But they were square on the 6 properties they sold.
Correct.
Okay. You understand, your client, Mr. Hamad, accepted the accounting method they were using on the Google Sheets, right?
I do understand that.
Okay. And so your assignment, you could only do what you were provided and what you were willing to use.
Yeah, certainly I can only use what was provided to me that I could verify.
Okay. So, I mean, all these documents I provided them, I don't believe you looked at any of them. Or you looked at but didn't use them. The Excel spreadsheets.
I don't know what you're referring
The
to.
Excel spreadsheets.
First of all, I don't have any actual Excel spreadsheets. I have printouts of Excel spreadsheets at various times. There may have been some produced recently that I don't have. And I do understand from Mr. Rabai's testimony that those include cash transactions as well as accrued transactions for rent and management fees and other things. So I was not able to verify those.
Okay.
And I don't have any bank statements after the transfer, so nothing to verify against.
Okay. And you didn't look at Mr. Hamad's bank statements either, right?
I did not.
All right, so you did look at the 4 P&Ls on the remaining properties.
I looked at some spreadsheets. If you want to show me what you're referring
It's
to,
not
I'll
in
tell you.
evidence, I can't.
Okay,
Yes.
so I looked at some, but I don't know which ones you're talking about.
But you didn't use them.
I did not use it.
That's more important for me. Okay. Okay. Have just 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
And you agree that there should be a full accounting of all this, don't you?
I absolutely do.
Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Dakin?
No, sir.
Jurors, any questions for Ms. Dyke? Take your time writing them down legibly. If you're going to do that, get them to Deputy Gordon. Thank you, sir. Ms. Dyke, you testified at one point about an 18% management fee. Do you remember that?
I do.
Can you share with the jury, if you know, when that percentage for management fee was established and who decreed 18% management?
I'll have to go back and see when the first one was. My recollection is 2018. I have a management fee agreement for each year. I think they were all signed on January 1st by Mr. Rabai. My understanding that Mr. Hamade did not know about that or consent to it, and his signature is not on any of the agreements, and no payments were ever made.
Do you want to confer with your materials?
That would be great.
Okay.
Sorry, Judge, it'll just take me a minute there. And look at Mr. Rabai's deposition.
Okay.
Find the copies. It's a long deposition.
Do you remember the question?
Do remember the question, what's the first date? And I said my recollection is 2018. It may have been 2017. There are 57 exhibits, just labeled exhibits. I'm
Okay.
trying to find it. If I can actually log onto the internet, I've got another copy in my electronic file. Let me try that. Was not to hold everybody up. Copied a lot of files onto my desktop. I did not copy those.
Ron, if I may, speed things along. Are you looking at the deposition exhibits?
Yes.
Your deposition exhibit 54.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers.
Yep. The first one I have is 1118. My recollection was correct. Of 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Nothing for 2017.
So for all those years, there was an 18% management fee. And do you know who established that, or just that it goes as far back as January 1, 2018?
As far as I can tell, Mr. Rabai established it. I'll just read it. It's short. It says the agreement between Milanai Investments LLC and Noor Rabai for reasons such as property management, property maintenance, supervision, and upkeep of all properties related to this entity. Noor Rabai will receive 18% of the monthly rental fee collected for each property managed for properties owned by Milanai Investments LLC. A 5% surcharge will be received for any maintenance or work done on properties. Noor Rabai reserves the right to fully execute, repair, and approve any and all requests needed. And it's signed by Noor Rabai. I think that's its signature. I've seen it on multiple documents dated 1/1/18.
Okay. And then each year, there's effectively a renewal of that language.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Dakin, do you have any follow-up based on that question?
I do not, Director.
Mr. Fuller?
I do not, thank you.
Okay. May Ms. Dyke be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am, thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you, Judge. avoid tripping.
Yeah. Mr. Chambers, your next witness.
It's on me.
Okay. Deputy Gordon, would you swear Attorney Chambers? He wasn't kidding. He's got to talk to the jury.
You swear affirm that testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Go ahead, see. State this word and the record.
Timothy D. Chambers, last name Chambers. My name is Timothy D. Chambers. This is a very different view of the courtroom for me. I was born in Atlanta, Georgia, in December of 1955 and was actually born in downtown Atlanta. I'm a member of the State Bar of Georgia with State Bar number 119586.
Was there a Grady Hospital back then, or were you just like born on the street?
It was St. Joe's Infirmary.
Infirmary. I don't even call them that anymore. Okay.
It's no longer there. Attended elementary school and high school in Atlanta, attended Mercer University in Macon, Georgia, received my Bachelor of Arts degree from Mercer in May of 1977. Attended the Walter F. George School of Law at Mercer University, received my Juris Doctorate in June of 1980. Worked on Mercer Law Review. Since June 1980, engaged in the private practice of law with the firm Chambers and Chambers. The other current member of the firm is John W. Chambers Jr. The other member, my dad, who passed away, was John W. Chambers Sr. He started practicing law in Atlanta in 1954. During the past 46 years, I've been involved in representing both plaintiffs and defendants in litigation and become familiar with the amount of work, the type of work required to present a case to court. My firm has a range of hourly rates that we may charge clients for litigation. We charge $300 an hour. And that is what we are charging in this case. I'm familiar with the range of fees charged by other attorneys in the Atlanta metropolitan area. For attorneys of my experience and type of law, $300 an hour is reasonable. In connection with this case, I've reviewed my time records and the statements for services presented by Mr. Dakin and me to Mr. Hamade, and the pleadings and file materials to determine the amount of time spent in connection with the claims filed on behalf of Mr. Hamade. Plaintiff's Exhibit 48 is a copy of the billing statements that Mr. Dakin and I have sent to Mr. Hamade since the beginning of this case. There are 3 invoices included in this exhibit. The first invoice is number 202476. It's dated November 8th, 2024, and covers the period from November of 2023 through October 21st of 2024. Of the total hours of my time billed on that statement, I have 30 hours and 18 minutes. All of those hours were related to the separate counts of the complaint filed in this action. The second statement contained in Plaintiff's Exhibit 48 is invoice number 202583, dated July 21st, 2025. It covers the period from November 19th, 2024 through July 21st, 2025. On that statement of the total hours billed, my total time for the period covered by that statement is 27 hours and 24 minutes. Of that time, 21 hours related to all the separate counts of the complaint. But given the nature of the law, which the judge will charge you, you have to be able to break down your time by counts of the complaint upon which your client prevails. So there's a difference. We have total hours, but then some of those hours are specific to specific accounts of the complaint or to defending against the counterclaim. So if this can kind of get a bit convoluted. On that statement of the 27 hours and 24 minutes, 21 hours related to all of the separate counsel on the complaint that Mr. Hamade has presented. 6 hours and 24 minutes of that total time related to defendant's counterclaim. The third statement contained in Plaintiff's Exhibit 48 is invoice number 202685. And it covers the period from July 23rd, 2025 to March 27th, 2026. And of the total hours shown on that statement, my total time was 78 hours and 6 minutes. Of those 78 hours and 6 minutes, 57 hours and 42 minutes related to all of the separate counts of the complaint upon which Mr. Hamade is proceeding. 1 hour and 12 minutes specifically, in addition, relate to count 2 of the complaint. 9 hours and 36 minutes specifically relate in addition to count 3 of the complaint. And 1 hour and 36 minutes specifically relate to count 4 of the complaint. 8 hours of the statement were related to doing work on defendant's counterclaims. Since the date of that last billing statement, which included time as of March 27th, additional time has been incurred, and I've done a summary of time slips, which has been identified as Plaintiff's Exhibit 49, which goes from March 13th of 2026 through June 2nd of 2026. It's 36 hours and 30 minutes. Of that time, 26 hours and 24 minutes related to all the counts of the complaint, 30 minutes related specifically to count 2 of the complaint, 1 hour and 24 minutes related to count 3 of the complaint, 2 hours related to count 4 of the complaint, and 6 hours and 12 minutes related to defendant's counterclaim. So, trying to sum that up where you may be able to follow, the total time for the case relating to the counts on which Mr. Hamade is proceeding through June 2nd of my time is 100 hours and 24 minutes. Charged at the hourly rate of $300 per hour, this comes to $30,000, $120 in attorney's fees. Breaking down the time incurred in connection with each count, with respect to all counts of the complaint, the amount of time and fees associated with all of the claims is 84 hours and 6 minutes. At $300 an hour, that's $25,230. With respect to count 2 of the complaint, the time specifically related to that is 1 hour and 42 minutes at $300 per hour is $510. With respect to count 3 of the complaint, raising claim for breach of fiduciary duties and aiding and abetting in the breach of fiduciary duties, the amount of time specifically related to that count is 11 hours at $300 per hour is $3,300. And with respect to count 4 of the complaint, the time specifically related to that is 3 hours and 36 minutes at $300 an hour. That's $1,080. Now, of course, we've had time since June 2nd, which we're spending together. But in my opinion, those sums represent a reasonable fee for the services rendered in connection with the claims being pursued by Mr. Hamade in this case.
Mr. Fuller, do you have any questions for, I'm assuming Mr. Chambers provided in discovery the billing records. You've had a chance to see them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Do you have any questions you want to ask of Mr. Chambers?
Nothing.
Okay. Jurors, any questions for Mr. Chambers about his legal fees? No? All right. Thank you, Mr.
Your
Chambers.
Honor, we tender Plaintiff's Exhibit 48 and 49.
Okay, that's the billing statements and then your time slips, not Mr. Dakins.
Summary of time.
Got it. Okay. Any objection to plaintiffs 48 and 49?
I'm just confused. I thought the summary of the time slips were both on 49.
The invoices are both of us.
Okay.
The summary of time slips are just mine because those were for the hours incurred after the last date of the billing statement that was.
Okay.
All right, 48 and 49 are admitted. You can leave those with the others.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Step in.
You may. Thank you. Be careful. It's a step.
With my back.
Yep. Mr. Dakin?
Yes, sir.
So we've got about 10 minutes before we need to stop. Were you going to do a similar presentation?
Yes, I was.
Is yours 10 minutes or less? Maybe we'll do less of your life story and more of your billing?
I don't know that I can do it all in 10 minutes.
Okay. Then we'll just pick up with that after our lunch break, and we will break for lunch now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your first formal lunch break. It was kind of fluid yesterday. You could have probably fit 3 meals into some of those breaks. You are free to eat as a group, individually. Nothing wrong with you being together while you eat. You don't have to eat at all if you don't want to, but we're going to break for an hour. We're going to try to get back together at 1:15. We had a list of places to eat. I don't know if that, our star stat, Deputy Gordon is great. It's not a knock against him, but our star host, Ms. Hansberry, is out this week. And she's the one who fills the basket with more than just pretzels and all that kind of stuff. And we have some list of the nearby restaurants. It's out of date. Again, I think I mentioned this yesterday. World Cup has prompted a great build out on Mitchell Street. Feel free to venture out. Just know that if you walk 30 minutes away, you better turn right around because you need to be back 30 minutes after that. American Deli is right outside the building for burgers, wings, that kind of thing. There's now a Blimpies a little further down Shirley Franklin, formerly known as Central. You could venture up Mitchell towards, I think we can still call it Mercedes-Benz until the World Cup starts, towards Mercedes-Benz. There's a Thai restaurant, a coffee shop. And then on the first floor, this operation called Fuda brings in each day. It's usually 2 different vendors' food that they bring in. So they don't prepare it here. It's made at Chick-fil-A or at a Jamaican restaurant, and they'll bring it in. So there are options if you didn't bring in your own food. Don't talk about the case, no outside research, and we'll see you all in about an hour. Any logistical questions before we break? No? Seeing none? Enjoy your lunch. All right, you all can be seated. I didn't cover this before we started the trial, but I'm assuming, Mr. Chambers, that plaintiff is proceeding with the jury trial as to just counts 2 and 3. I see count 1, the winding up and appointment of a receiver. 1, it may be a little out of time, not meaning you've missed any statute of limitations, but we may be past that point. I'm not saying you are, but the question of whether or not to appoint a receiver, I think, is the court's rather than a jury's. Similarly, the claim for an equitable accounting, I think, again, that's something we'd work through, but I just want to make sure, as I was looking through the proposed jury charges, and you were referencing to the jury, the billings in theory, if possible, are to be allocated to specific counts.
Well, 2, 3, and 4, because the court orders an equitable accounting, but then the accounting, what that shows, I think is a question for the jury.
Well, I haven't ordered an equitable accounting, so are they going to be doing an equitable accounting, or how do you understand that process?
Well, it wouldn't be much different from the contract.
Okay,
Just a due from.
say that again.
Just a due from.
Okay,
Now, of course,
because anything that has the word equitable in it says to me, that's probably not what the jury does. But maybe you've got case law that says a jury does an equitable
I
accounting.
think the court orders. Well, it is an equitable remedy, but then the findings of fact, would be on the client
Okay,
as to due to, due from.
okay,
And similarly, since you raised that, the, concept of constructive trust, that's an equitable remedy. But, I think the cases I cited in the request to charge, the jury can determine whether that's a remedy that would be due to a plaintiff, but then the court fashions it.
yeah, you're asking a lot of this jury. We're gonna have a long charge conference because a number of these charges might as well have been in another language. The words were from English, but I don't know that the jury is going to follow a lot of what's in there. This claim of constructive trust is new to me. I don't see it in your complaint, so.
It's not a separate claim, it's a remedy that can be imposed for various claims. Claim for breach of fiduciary duty, that's constructive trust, imposition of constructive trust can be a remedy for breach of fiduciary duty.
Okay. Well, we'll work through that. So you contend that, I guess I'll need to see your proposed verdict form. It's
I
gonna,
believe that's soon.
okay, well, I haven't seen it. Doesn't mean you didn't send it, but I need to see it. It sounds like it's gonna be a few pages.
It is.
Okay. So, Mr. Dakin, you need some time to talk about your legal billings with the jury. And is that it for plaintiff?
That's it.
Okay. What do you forecast, Mr. Fuller? That means that by 1:30, 1:45, plaintiff rests. You may have a motion. We can get the jury out of here for that if you've got a motion. But if you don't, we'll pivot to your case. I know you're going to call Mr. Rabai. Do you plan on calling Mr. Hamade or what? Just Mr. Rabai? Okay.
And let me ask you a question, if I can speed it up. I've got 174 exhibits. I don't need them. If I can have Mr. Rabai up here with his laptop, and so he can identify an exhibit when it comes up, and then once it goes into evidence, we can send it out with the jury. We can publish it. Most of them will just be published.
So I'm trying to understand, I'm warming to the idea of speeding things up. You are saying, rather than having hard copies, if you could put on a screen that your client sees, but the jury doesn't see yet, your client could say, this is the operating agreement, this is an expense report. And once you've laid the right foundation, then you could say, well, we want to admit all these things that Mr. Rabai, for which Mr. Rabai has provided a foundation.
And he has his laptop, so he can look at it and they won't be able to see it.
Okay.
And if we publish it, Mr. Thompson can publish it.
Got it. So you have a way, I guess, because Mr. Rabai has his own laptop. And so he could be looking at what you're describing. You'll describe it in such a way that Mr. Dakin or Mr. Chambers knows.
My witness list, yeah.
Which,
My exhibit list.
got it, what it is you're talking about. But when Mr. Rabai is looking at it, it's on a witness viewable screen only. It's not on all these.
Just going in his laptop.
Got it. Okay. That works for me. Do we know if, and I should have pressed your side for this as plaintiff was putting on its case, but now I'm coming up with it. You've had a chance to look at what Mr. Fuller's referred to as the index. I call it the exhibit list for the defense. Are there things on here that you would object to, or do we really need to go through the exercise of admitting? Because sort of like with the appraisals, you stipulate, yeah, you know, there are these documents, they contain what they contain, or what's your view?
As he identifies them, we would like to be able to see, because there's some that are objection.
Okay.
About going, seeing which ones they want to use.
I didn't hear him say there were any he didn't want to use. He said, I've got 100, and I think he said 174, there are 175 on here, so he was pretty darn close.
If you want to introduce all of those, and there's
Probably, no, it's probably gonna be about 40 documents.
Okay, so it's a subset. So we'll do it the way you were doing it, and we'll see what it is he seeks to tender through Mr. Rabai. How are you going to be seeing what Mr. Rabai is seeing?
Hopefully, as he identifies an exhibit number, I'll be.
Should be pulled right up, yeah.
So what you provided, you know, you gave me the thumb drive, and so plaintiff if you refer to Exhibit 31, which simply here says Safeco Insurance, they've got a PDF or something that's Exhibit 31.
Yep.
And they can pull it up. Okay. During the lunch break, practice. I have seen that Mr. Thompson can make it work. You guys haven't done anything digital yet. And so you're not going to need to broadcast it, but you're going to be able to see it yourself. So I appreciate that. So I just need you to figure out, not while the jury is out here, that you can get the thumb drive in and you can call up Exhibit 31 and you can see it.
Unfortunately, having to use it this morning, so.
Excellent. Okay.
Is this gonna stay open for us?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm gonna come back and get my laptop
Yes.
cranked up.
Yeah, this will stay open, business hours. So, you guys need to be back here 1:10, so a little before 1:15, just so we know everything is working and ready to go. All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
And we should be good. Back on the record. Okay. We're back on the record. It is about time to bring the jurors in. Do we know if they're all back? Why don't you check on them? Mr. Chambers, I checked the email again that you sent, and your verdict form was not attached. It said, see attached verdict form, but there isn't one. So I'd ask you to send that to me and Ms. Niles and Mr. Fuller, so I can start to see what you have in mind. I also did a little more thinking and a little more research, and I'm not familiar with a verdict form that empowers a jury to impose a constructive trust. I didn't hear from the defense side yet anyway. I think what a jury does is find facts that might result in an ultimate remedy of a constructive trust that a court would impose. We don't need to solve that right now because I want to start with your verdict form and see what it looks like. But I think that you were correct in describing the jury's role as finding a collection of facts that might then lead to the court fashioning a remedy. I have in mind, for example, a jury verdict that would say Mr. Hamade is very much the 50% owner in the 4 properties. And then we figure out what do we do with them. And Mr. Furlow says, we're ready to sell them. And that's probably what we do because they're not really partitionable. So it would be a court-ordered sale of the properties with money going into the registry of the court. And then, to your accounting, we would have a hearing to figure out if there are $2 million in the registry, how much goes to Mr. Rabai, how much goes to Mr. Hamade. And part of that calculation might be driven by findings that the jury made. But I'd ask you, while Mr. Dakin is telling us about his legal fees and his legal background, to figure out a way to get the verdict form. I like electronic versions because then I can edit it if I'm going to build off it. And it existed somehow because you thought you sent it to us, and it's one of your things referent. I don't remember, it was the email said see attached, or one of your attachments said see verdict form attached, but yeah, we didn't find it. So if you could send the Word version of that, or get Team Chambers to do that.
What is the password we're getting on?
The public one shouldn't require a password. Mr. Dakin, while Mr. Chambers is doing that, did you confirm that you're going to be able to see the exhibits as they are called up?
Yes.
Yeah, one of you did. Okay. So when Mr. Rabai is looking at on his laptop screen, Exhibit 17, one of the two of you is going to be able to look at it as well, so that if there are objections, it's not going to be, well, I don't know what he's looking at. I guess that's not going to be you, Mr. Dakin, who's doing that.
No, I had my laptop open, Your Honor, because I took all the biographical information out of my.
We can, now that we've got the time, you should tell them a little bit about your background. All right, we'll get that verdict form. Mr. Fuller, anything we need to cover from the defense side before the jurors come in? Okay, then let's bring them in, please. Where'd this come from?
We're all happy when they're in the hallway and then they get in here. That's weird. Isn't that the not the internet? Oh, it's like
All right, Missouri.
All jurors are present and accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. How was lunch? Great. Did anyone brave American Deli? Excellent. Good for you. Let's keep an eye on her, okay? 30 minutes in, if you start hearing strange noises, quick trip to the restroom. Thank you for being back on time. When we paused for lunch, we were in between the two presentations of attorney's fees for the two lawyers who represent Mr. Hamade. So Mr. Dakin, I'm going to give you the opportunity now to come on up. Deputy Gordon will swear you in and you can share with the jury what you want to share about the billings.
Raise your hand. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Right now, see, say the swear, name for the record.
My name is Albert Dakin. I am one of Mr. Hamade's attorneys. I graduated from the University of Georgia in 1975. I attended the University of Georgia School of Law and received a Juris Doctorate degree in 1979. Since December of 1980, I've been engaged in private practice of law. During the past 45 years, I've been involved in representing both plaintiffs and defendants in civil litigation. I've become familiar with the nature and amount of work required to properly prepare and present a case in the courts, whether by motion or upon trial of action. I have a range of hourly rates that may be charged to a client for services rendered. For services rendered in connection to this litigation, my hourly rate is $300 an hour. I am familiar with the hourly rates charged by other attorneys in the metropolitan Atlanta area where I practice. The hourly rate of $300 per hour is reasonable in relation to the hourly rates charged by other attorneys with similar experience and a similar practice who practice in the Atlanta area. In connection with this case, I have reviewed my time records and statements for services presented by Mr. Chambers and me to Mr. Hamade. The pleadings and the file materials determine the amount of time spent in connection with the claims filed on behalf of Mr. Hamade. Plaintiff's Exhibit 48s are billing statements sent by Mr. Chambers and I to Mr. Hamade. There are three statements. The first statement is invoice 202476 dated November 8th, 2024 and covers the period of November 2013 through October 21st of 2024. Of the total hours billed on that statement, my total time is 1 hour and 54 minutes. All of those hours were related to all of the separate claims of the complaint filed in this action. The second statement contained in Plaintiff's Exhibit 54 is an invoice dated July 21st, 2025. It's invoice number 202583 and covers the period from November 19, 2024 through July 21st, 2025. Of the total hours billed on that statement, my total time for the period was 15 hours and 6 minutes, all of which relate to all of the separate counts filed in this action. Since the third statement contained in Plaintiff's Exhibit 24 is invoice 202685 dated April 28, 2026 and covers the period from July 23rd, 2025 through March 27th, 2026. Of the total hours billed on that statement, my time for that period is 12 hours and 54 minutes, all of which relate to all of the separate counts of the complaint filed in this action. Since the date of that last billing statement, which includes time as of March 16th, additional time has been incurred. Plaintiff's Exhibit 50 is a summary of my time since March 27th, 2026 through June 2nd, 2026. Your Honor, I'd like to tender Plaintiff's Exhibit 50.
Okay, I think you at some point said 54. I know 50 is what you've got, was 50. We've been dealing with 50 the whole time.
Okay.
Good, okay. Any objection to plaintiff's 50?
No.
Okay, admitted.
My total time for that period was 17 hours and 24 minutes, all of which are related to all the separate counts of the complaint filed in this action. With respect to all the counts of the complaint, all of the time and fees associated with my claims is 47 hours and 18 minutes at $300 an hour, which comes to $14,190.
Okay, Mr. Fuller, any questions for Mr. Dakin?
No.
Jurors, any questions? No? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chambers, next witness. All right. Mr. Fuller, are there things we need to take up outside the presence of the jury, or are you comfortable pivoting to your case?
I am comfortable. I have one question. They talked about Exhibit 52 before they arrest. Did y'all introduce it?
No, we got through 50. Their exhibit list has 51, 52, and 53. Those weren't tendered, but before we truly rest, were you planning on doing that, or your case just didn't get you to the 50s beyond plain old 50?
Those are for purposes of cross-examination.
Okay. They may come in later. Got it. Anything else, Mr. Fuller, on that front?
No.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, plaintiffs have rested their case in chief, meaning they've presented the evidence that they believe is sufficient to demonstrate by a preponderance of the evidence that Mr. Hamade is entitled to the things that they say he is. Turning now to the defense for two reasons. One, they're entitled to present evidence contrary to what plaintiff has. In other words, to try to convince you the scales move in the other direction as to the claims Mr. Hamade has brought. But as I mentioned at the outset of the trial, Mr. Rabai has also brought a counterclaim. So something he has an affirmative duty to prove to you by a preponderance. And so Mr. Fuller and Mr. Thompson will be fulfilling two roles now. One is, should they choose to, they'll be trying to rebut the evidence about Mr. Hamade's claims. But two, they'll also be advancing the counterclaim that I mentioned is Mr. Rabai's claim that he is entitled to additional contributions from money damages from Mr. Hamade for not having met the obligations that Mr. Rabai claims that Mr. Hamade had. With that, Mr. Fuller, if you'd call your first witness.
I'll call Bill Robbie back to this team.
Mr. Rabai, you know the space. Come on up. And yes, bring your laptop. So one procedural matter for you all to understand. The defense is handling their exhibits differently from how plaintiff did. They're all digital. So Mr. Fuller is going to be asking his witness or witnesses to look at exhibits on a small screen that you can't see. And if Mr. Fuller is able to lay a sufficient foundation, he's going to ask, he'll tender the exhibit, ask that it be admitted. Assuming I admit it, then his counterpart, Mr. Thompson, will be publishing the exhibit on these screens. And so if there are going to be substantive questions about, I'll make a number up, Defense Exhibit 17, you will see on the screen what Mr. Rabai has in front of him on a screen and what the lawyers all have on screens in front of them. So exhibits are going to come in the very same way. It's the same legal requirements, but we've got a digital team versus a paper-based team. And so that's why it's not typical for a witness to bring a laptop up, other than our forensic expert. But the laptop is there not with a set of cues for Mr. Rabai, but instead he will be able to see the exhibits that Mr. Fuller is asking about. With that, Mr. Fuller?
Thank you. Excuse me. Nor, do you believe that,
So I guess I should get one more thing on the record. My bad. You remain under oath. You were actually sworn in yesterday. This is a very long-term oath, but your oath to tell the truth and nothing but the truth that you gave yesterday as you started your cross-examination with Mr. Chambers applies to you equally as you have your direct examination with Mr. Fuller and any follow-up that Mr. Chambers or Mr. Dakin may have, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Nor, do you still believe that, Ollie, your brother-in-law, is part owner of these 4 properties that remain?
I do.
Okay. And when you testified earlier that you're trying to sell 2 of them.
Correct.
Okay. Do you intend to reconcile him like you've done the other 6?
I do.
And the other one is got a rental for a while, so you can't sell it right now?
We would have to give a 60 or 90-day notice based on the lease.
Okay. What about the warehouse?
I think that would require maybe a more longer than 90-day lease, just because we have to find something that's just as big.
Okay. Are you willing to sell them? You're trying to sell the other 2.
Yes, sir. I'm willing to sell all of them.
Okay. Why couldn't you, when y'all had your little breakup, why couldn't you sell
We did have them listed actually, we did have all 4 listed. 125 Brooks Drive went into contract 3 times and it fell out. 150 Brooks Drive went into contract, I believe, 5 to 6 times and that fell out.
When you say fell out, tell me, like, what's an example of it's under contract and it doesn't go through? They discover it's radon in the basement, or like what's happening?
So it's either the buyer wasn't financially capable of closing, or it was inspection came back and they wanted roof repairs, AC repairs. But the majority of the time it was either financial or it was a repair issue. Yep. And 180 Windfair went under contract, I believe, twice, and that fell through as well. And then we had an offer on 222 that did not go through when it was up for sale for I think $1,070,000, if I'm not mistaken.
222? We mean 222A.
Yes, 222A.
I mean, when we mentioned 222, from now on, we're referring to 222A.
Yes, sir.
Because B was gone, y'all split the money. That's handled.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he aware of all the accounting, what was going on?
Yes.
And how was that done?
We did it. We started off on Google spreadsheet that he created, and then we took that and converted it into an Excel spreadsheet, and we added to it from 2017 onward.
Did you ever use QuickBooks?
Never.
You heard testimony a while ago that someone saw a bill for QuickBooks. Do you know what that was?
It might have been an invoice that was paid through QuickBooks to somebody else, but we never used QuickBooks.
Well, when you say paid from QuickBooks, what do you mean?
No, so if vendor has if the vendor, example, the lighting vendor, he has an option to send an invoice through QuickBooks, and we're able to just log in and pay it.
Okay. But you're not using QuickBooks?
No, Your Honor. I'm not, Your Honor. Sorry.
It's okay.
Would you look at exhibit number 8, please?
One second. Okay.
Could you identify what that is?
So exhibit number 8 is going to be the Google Sheets document that we started, that we converted into Excel spreadsheets, and it shows the date stamp, it shows the property reference, it shows a post reference, it shows the money spent, if there was a contribution to Mr. Hamade, if there was a contribution to Mr. Rabai, and there is a balance at the end of every single year at the bottom of it that shows how much was contributed from Mr. Hamade and how much was contributed from myself.
Did y'all keep this in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender exhibit number 8.
Yeah, no objection.
Okay. 8 is admitted.
you publish it?
You have authority to share.
Sir?
I can't see your screen, and I can adjust this one at least a little bit. Are you all able to see? I know you can't read the words, we'll get to that, but does this have the spreadsheet on it? Oh, okay, how about that one? Okay, we'll get this one to work in a minute. This is where
Happy to move.
AV Gordon kicks in. Is it not even on?
Oh, it wasn't on.
You made them both turn off? Because it's still on Zoom. Huh. Oh, there we go. It just takes this Fulton County technology. Those squirrels were having to run faster in there to get it on both screens. All right. You all should let us know if people are referring to things on the screen and they are not legible to you. We did have some microscopic text, but there were documents you couldn't see anyway, so that was an issue for lawyer and witness. But now the expectation is you can see what the witness can see. So if it needs to be zoomed in, let Mr. Thompson know and he'll zoom.
Okay, take us through this so we know what we got.
So we'll start off at the beginning of the document. This is a transaction that obviously began in 12/1 of 2015, where Ali had contributed $12,200 to this document. And it carries on to different transactions, and Dad being Mr. Hamade's father, Rania being Mr. Hamade's older sister in Lebanon. And then it will show you transaction by transaction and date by date, how we kept record of every single transaction.
So Ali contribution is Mr. Hamade's contribution. Noor contribution is you. There's Ali minus, there's no Noor minus.
So we started the Ali minus because he took money out for his sister. I don't have any deductions until later on.
Is there suddenly a new column that indicates that it's a Noor minus?
Actually, if I don't recall, I don't think there is one, no, because I never took money out of that.
Okay.
Yep. And to clarify, a lot of times the Ali minus was transactions that are outside of real estate and stuff like that. So that didn't have to deal with real estate. Moving onwards, you can see earnest money checks that were paid out, attorney expenses, different permits, building departments, home inspections, closing costs for the properties that we bought, and the date stamp and the property address.
Hold on 1 second.
Yes,
We're gonna switch documents. That's the PDF version. We're gonna pull up this cell, but it'll be a lot
Easier.
better. All right, so this first page, first sheet, I will call it, is 2017 to 2018.
2015, all down to 2017.
Why did the tab say 2017 to 2018?
It's just where because these transactions happened before we did any real estate things. But this started with Google Sheets, obviously.
Okay, why are we all giving family money, things like that?
Why?
Yeah.
It was because Ali, when he came to visit, he would give me cash and we would put in the safe, and if family traveled, we would give it to them. But we accounted for it.
Do you consider this to all be the Mila, Nia, and the accounting?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the first page, how far does it go? Just want to scroll down and see how far it goes. We don't need to go over every number.
Thank you.
So that would be like number 57 transaction.
Okay. Is there a total at the bottom of that page?
Yes, there is amount spent. There is whatever Ali, which is Mr. Hamade, took out, Ali's contribution to the deal, and then what my contribution is to the deal.
Now, is that for the, is that per year, which is what it's done?
It is for that specific sheet, and then we took those calculations and moved it into the next year.
Okay. Now, what do you mean move it into the next year?
So when the transaction stopped, if you click on the next tab,
Uh-huh,
you are able to see the transactions from 1/1/2018. It'll give you a carryover,
okay,
and then it'll begin to deduct or add different contributions. And this same scenario with this one, every single property or transaction or debit was accounted for in our Excel spreadsheets that Mr. Hamade and myself looked over on a yearly basis. And it gives you the contribution for Mr. Hamade, and it gives you the contribution for Mr. Rabai. And it gives you the total number at the bottom and what was taken out and the amount of money spent for bills or whatever it might be.
okay. You don't have a minus in there yet, right?
No, I don't.
All right, that covered for 2018. What's it, the next tab?
The next tab is gonna be the same scenario. So if you scroll up, you're able to see the same carryover from the year before, minus obviously whatever his deductions are. And then again, every single transaction that we accounted for, whether it be money spent, whether it be contribution from Mr. Hamad, whether it be contribution from Mr. Rabai, again, is on this exact spreadsheet.
Were you accounting for funds spent on the properties?
In terms of expenses,
Yeah,
yes, there are some things like, for example, like yard work would be in there or house cleaning. For example, 4/3/2019, if you scroll up, Jason, please, you can just see like a house cleaning bill. 4/3/2019,
okay.
as an example. And then electric bill or whatever it might be.
Was everything that was going through Neil and I put on this spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand that sometimes y'all did cash, sometimes y'all did wires individually.
Yes, we did. So myself, I did the majority of my transactions were either check or wire from my accounts.
Mhm.
And then Mr. Hamid did cash and he sent lots of money orders from California, and he did rare occasion a wire. Yep.
Would this match up to a bank account?
Not the beginning of it, no.
Okay.
Nope.
So you've got a number that's red. No, go back. It was on the screen. Go towards the bottom. Stop. All right. So under Nur contribution, that's a negative figure. Would that be a withdrawal, but you didn't have a column because there was Ali minus, there's not a Nur minus. So you would just make it a negative figure in your contribution column?
Yes, Your Honor. I accounted for if I took money out or there was a payment to me, it would have been subtracted out from my contribution. So if I was to delete that number, my contribution would go up. But if we were to add it, it would reduce the contribution.
Okay, so whatever date that was, you wired yourself just under $5,000, December 2nd. And then the next entry is you actually put in some money, kinda, to cover the wire. But at least you have accounted for, you were using the term extraction, the extraction you made from Milanaya funds.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next year. Does this continue on with the beginning? Let's go to the top of it. Is this carryover from the prior year?
Yes, it
Prior
can-
years.
Yeah, it continues to carry over. Again, the same scenario. If there's any money spent, obviously, isn't gonna be in the blue column for whatever transaction. For example, for 222 sink replacement was $725, whether it be a insurance, whether it be electrical deposit, realtor commission for leasing out a property is all included in there. And I think that specific year, we did not have much of contribution except two transactions. One was 40 and one was 35,000.
And how many, is there another year?
Yes. So if we can, Thank you. Jason, you have to go to 2021.
There you go. Yep. If you scroll up, it shows the amount, again, carried over for object contributions for Mr. Hamad, contributions for Noor. And it spells it out transaction by transaction of where the money went and where it was spent. And who got a contribution, who input contribution, who took out.
Now, the contributions, where are we getting the money from, though, for all that? Draw money?
What was that?
The contributions you were both making, were y'all just taking out your own personal funds or
Ye-
business, other businesses?
So I can only speak on my behalf. So my funds came from obviously the pita restaurants that I've owned for many years and had built up positive cash flow injected into the business.
All right. Had any property been sold by the time? 2021?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe so. Wait, yes. If you look at the bottom of the page, scroll back up. There's yeah, right there. Lakemont and then cash removed for Lebanon, which is the transaction I believe we're gonna go over later. And,
Like one only sold for $81,000?
no, that's not the sale. That's the like part of the proceeds.
Okay, okay.
And then there's other transactions underneath that have to do with a Hummer and some other items that Mr. Hamad took.
Well, what's the $40,000 for?
So Mr. Hamad had reached out to me around this specific time, somewhere between right after April 2021. I believe we have a date stamp on the document. He had asked me to give a individual by the name of McCarrum $40,000 in cash for a purchase of a property that he wanted to do in Lebanon. And so the individual came to the 222A. We signed the contract. I took his driver's license. I made sure he signed the contract and we gave him the
Is
cash.
that money been returned?
No, sir.
What about the Hummer?
Mr. Hamad reached out to me wanting a Hummer. And so you guys will see pictures of the Hummer shortly that he wanted for California. And so I bought him the Hummer with my own cash and sent it to him and shipped it to him.
Did he ever pay you back for it?
No, sir.
Are you considering that a distribution to him or you?
No, just a contribution to my end. The 40,000 was him subtracting out of the
Okay,
contribution. Yep.
all right. Yeah, did you go another year?
No, sir.
That's as far as you went?
That's as far as yes.
There's another tab next to it. What's that?
So that will be profits and loss
Okay.
statements for the properties from 2018 onward.
Okay.
Does that have all of them? I mean, how far does it go?
On this specific document, it goes to 2021, mid 2021 or early to mid 2021.
Did you start another one?
Yes, I did start another one.
For that event?
Yes.
And are all the properties on there?
On this last document, I'll count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes,
Okay.
10 properties, all three count all the way up.
What about, well, what was going on with the properties? Were they making money?
Yeah, some were making money and some were not.
Okay. Was, PETA in the 22A Fairburn at that time?
Yes,
Okay, was it paying rent?
yes,
Did it pay rent now?
yes.
How does it pay rent? Does it pay rent direct or does it pay, what do you do?
Well, we paid the mortgage and the taxes and the insurance on it.
Okay,
But we account for the rent on our Excel spreadsheet in a total of $9,500.
that's on the profit and loss when you got.
Profit and loss, yes,
We'll look at that.
yes,
So that's something you're gonna use to square up when you sell these properties.
absolutely.
What's the next tab? Is there another tab?
Again, just the properties from 2019, because it's gonna go 18, 19, 20, 21, 20.
And that's showing profit and losses on those items.
Yes,
Oh, my fault. I'm sorry. And then it stops at what, 2020 or 2021?
I believe it stops at 2021, if you scroll all the way over, yep. And around that time frame.
Okay. I believe Mr. Hamid testified that he got all of his distributions from the sales of the houses.
Yes,
And-
yes.
Is he owed any money?
From those 6 properties?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. What about any money from, looks like you're making some money. But he owed any money for that? He owed any money from there?
From 2021?
No, any time. Is he owed money from any profits that came off this?
If you're asking compared to, from this specific document,
I'm
no.
asking you, period.
No.
Okay. Does this document show him getting distributions?
Yes,
Okay. And those were from either a sale or profits y'all made?
correct.
So was the company, I mean, before y'all got into it, was the company making money?
Yes.
Okay. Is it making money now?
Some properties are, yes.
Okay, the 4 properties?
Like I think one of the 4 properties is cash flow positive.
Okay,
And the other ones, obviously, there was something that happened to a property here and there in terms of rehab, or a tree fell on one of them, so we had to fix it up.
okay. We'll go over those at the end. Cause I know you gotta do some repairs on some of them.
Yes, the 150 Brooks Drive, the one we have for sale, the long-term tenant just left, and we had never rehabbed that property over the last 9 years. So we ripped out the carpet, we're doing floorings, cabinets, appliances, and it's up for sale right now for $349,000.
Okay, let's take a quick, look at, we can take this down. You've covered all this, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
All right, we can take this down. And what you need to look at is Exhibit 1. We don't show it yet.
Okay.
Can you identify that?
It's not up yet, but I will.
No, Exhibit 1, it won't be published until it's admitted. So what Mr. Fuller is asking you to do is to look on your screen
Oh, yes, sir.
at Defense Exhibit 1, see if you recognize it. And if you do, tell Mr. Fuller what it is.
I do. It's a profits and loss from 2022 until 2026 for the 4 remaining properties.
Have you kept track of that?
Yes, I have.
Now, have you been sharing that one with Mr. Hamid?
No, I have not.
But did you share the other one, Exhibit 8, with Mr. Hamid?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, have you been doing this in ordinary course of business?
Yes.
How do you use the numbers you create from your other spreadsheets and do a profit and loss, or just have all the numbers in it?
This should have all the numbers in it.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to attend to Exhibit number 1.
Your Honor, he asked me if he's done this in the ordinary course of business before I object or not. I'd like to know in the ordinary course of what it is.
Okay. You want to have Mr. Rabai flesh that out a little bit?
We're talking about the 4 properties, correct?
Yes,
And you still consider those to be jointly held properties with you and Mr. Hamid?
I do.
Whether we call it an LLC or a partnership, you are 50/50.
Yes, sir.
All right, for that 4 property business, have you kept this in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Okay. Now we'll move to Cinder.
Mr. Chambers?
Got to object because the foundation has not been laid, that Mr. Hamade agreed to continue a partnership after Neil and I was resolved.
Okay, then that's something you can explore with this witness or other times. It doesn't make these not what Mr. Rabai purports them to be. So I'll allow them in. You may have an important point to make that they don't represent some business record for an LLC that doesn't exist anymore. I find that based on his testimony, Mr. Rabai's testimony, they do represent a business record of some ongoing property holding company.
Some contention.
Correct.
Pending contention. Thank you.
Okay, 1 is admitted.
Well, we publish it, yes.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
Exhibit 1?
Yeah.
Yes. 150 Brooks Drive, that is correct.
Well, tell us about this.
This is, if you look at this spreadsheet, it is going to show you from 2022, 23, 24, 25, 26, month by month, transaction by transaction, and whether it be a loan payment, rental income, an expense, or taxes paid on the properties. And it will, if you scroll all the way to the right, it will show you either a profit or a loss for that year. And if so, how much was the rental income? How much was the loss? How much were the expenses? And if you scroll down all the way to the bottom left, right here, we'll show you the profit and loss for the last 4.5 years of what we have made or lost for this specific property, which is 150 Brooks Drive.
Okay. And is that on each property?
Yes, if you take the next tab, Mr. Jason, at the bottom.
Oh, sorry.
You're going to see the same transaction. If you scroll all the way up, it's going to be at 2022. And then if you scroll to the right, you can see if there's a profit or a loss, and all the way at the bottom. To the left. We'll show a $94,000 loss on this one. And this specific property had a tree fall on it, and we had, the insurance only covered a small amount of it, and we had to come out with the difference to redo the roof, redo the structure, redo the bedrooms, redo the bathrooms, and complete rehab of the property that the tenant was living in at that specific time.
Okay, go ahead and look at exhibit number 2.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell me what this is?
This is loan closing documents owned to Rabai Investments LLC for 222 Fairburn Industrial Boulevard, 180 Windfair, 150 Brooks Drive, and 125 Brooks Drive.
Is that the closing cost?
Yes,
Okay. Did you prepare this ordinary course of business?
yes.
Your Honor, I would move to tender exhibit number 2.
Mr. Chambers, any objection to defense 2?
Is it just a single page?
It is. It's a PDF and not a spreadsheet. It was a spreadsheet, but we didn't bring the spreadsheet. Wasn't necessary.